Hello, Lyric Armstrong, your real estate agent and advocate. I hope that you are doing well. Well, today is Saturday, May 3rd. Yeah, May 3rd, 2025. And you may feel like you're in a time warp because sometime around this time last year, we were talking about Karen retrial. Yes, there is a retrial. We did a live a few days ago. So thank you for those who saw that. Today, I wanted to figure out what the heck, what's going on, because there are a lot of backstories. We have theories, some are conspiracy theories, some are like sensible theories. And quite honestly, there are a lot of you who probably say, why in the world do you guys think she's innocent? She killed the man. It's not even a matter of innocence, it's a matter of guilty, not guilty. The difference between innocence and guilt is, or innocence and not guilty, is the fact that innocence means, oh, I didn't do it. The person didn't do it. Not guilty as it's not provable that they did it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the way America works. Our uh, our preponderance of evidence is for smaller crimes, civil, but this is a criminal murder trial, and the standard is a beyond reasonable doubt standard, which is our highest standard. And that means there's no reasonable doubt that she would have done it. If you're looking at the facts of this case, you know there's nothing but reasonable doubt. Every part of it has reasonable doubt. The scientific presentation has reasonable doubt from the Commonwealth. The logic of it all has reasonable doubt from anybody's perspective. So if you look at all of the elements, it's full of reasonable doubt. So the bigger question for me is, why are they pinning it on her? What is the ridiculousness of this? Under most circumstances, it would be unfortunate. We don't know who did it. And that would become the end of it. It doesn't mean that the Alberts did it. It doesn't mean that McCabe's did it. However, as hard as they're working, it makes you think, well, did they do it? So I also heard about the Turtleboy, Aidan Kearney, and how he was being arrested for reporting on this issue in Canton, Massachusetts, which is where everyone is for this case. This was the Massachusetts versus Kearney case. And in hearing about that, I just was dumbfounded as to how could somebody get arrested for reporting on it. So I looked Turtleboy up and I got some information, and I want to share it with you. It's not just about well, it's really actually not about his reporting per se, but it is about some of the great pieces of information I was able to find out going to his channel. So one thing is for sure, shout out to Turtleboy. Look at his channel, Turtleboy Live. I subscribe. I suggest that you subscribe. And we're going to take it. So there's a lot of things going on. He's still, well, a couple months ago, he had an exclusive with one of the jurors, which is important because we really want to know what happened with the first jury. The first jury trial is like, it was painful watching it boil down into a mistrial. We just knew there was not guilty to be the rendering, but yet mistrial was. And for me, at the end of it, I was like, I don't want to watch the second trial because if they come back with a mistrial, I'm going to lose my hair. I don't want to be stressed out. But I have been watching it because obviously, and this trial is much different than the first trial in the sense of the way it's being presented. Witnesses are being presented out of order. Like, to me, we have Jen McCabe before we have Proctor, before we have investigators of any sort to even solidify why she would come to the stand. And then Jen McCabe, of course, is lying on the stand. She does a much spoiler alert for those who haven't watched it. She does a very good job this time compared to before, but she's still lying and she gets caught up in her lies. And Jackson brings out a couple of great factors for her lying and her selective memory choices and her involvement. So he'll be able to present that in summation when he does his closing arguments. Right now, it's just like information out there, but he needs to like present it with a nice platter of information to the jury so that they can render accordingly. But yeah, she's definitely like lying. She lied. Like it was she admitted to lying. So did Kerri Roberts. They both lied. I think Kerri Roberts did unintentionally at the time, but I don't trust her motives now because I think she's so like Team Jen, she doesn't realize Jennifer is using her or had used her at the time. Okay, so going to the videos, this is what I want to watch because this is great reporting by Turtleboy. He does a phenomenal job of giving us some of the history, some of the untold story, weaving it together. So let's go in. Let's see what we get.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned.
Don't care about them. Sorry, don't know you, don't care. Okay, so I've already liked the video. So when you go in, make sure you like the video, okay? It's very important that we keep things in the algorithm, that we keep things flowing, and it's showing support to a channel doesn't cost us anything. It's just liking the video. It's just the thumbs up. It's not hurtful for anyone, okay? It's not going to all of a sudden make your computer explode. So definitely like the video. And once again, this is Turtleboy at Turtleboy Live.
My name is Aidan Kearney, and I'm the founder of Turtleboy Daily News. For the last 2 years, I've been reporting on the murder of John O'Keefe and the prosecution of Karen Reed. In doing so, I've exposed unprecedented amounts of corruption in the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. As a result of my relentless journalism and activism, this case has gotten more attention than any murder case.
Okay, wait, because I like to listen to things fast. Yeah, okay. Because he speaks fast already, or he's sped himself up anyway. So let's put it back to normal.
Since O.J. Simpson, millions of people now know that Karen Reed was framed and that the people who murdered John O'Keefe were protected by their friends and family in law enforcement.
So that statement may sound like a far-fetched Stephen King novel-esque, over-dramatic statement. It's kind of not. It really is. When you hear it the first time, you're like, oh my God, whatever, boy, whatever, come now. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing. They're getting the information that people are hyped up about the Karen Reed trial, but they don't have the details as to why. As outlandish as the statement sounds, that the police department would frame an innocent woman, a civilian, of murdering a cop, a police officer. John O'Keefe was a police officer. That's hardly ever said. That wasn't even said in the 911 call when you were trying to get all the help you could as quickly as possible. Didn't say officer down, just said the guy, a man. You know, he was just some regular dude at the time. But the truth of the matter is, Aidan's Turtleboy statement is not far-fetched. He has receipts. He's going to back it up. So don't run away in the beginning thinking like, oh, he's just making a sensationalized YouTube so people will click on it. Yes, he's making sure that people are taking notice. That is a part of his objective, that people take notice and give justice to Karen Reed. He really has been instrumental in ensuring that the nation and now the world has been paying attention to this corruption. But truthfully, his statement is not outlandish when you check out details. And it's not only the Karen Reed trial. And that's something that really people should realize, is that it's not just the corruption against Karen Reed. It's not like they just picked her. This is something that has been done. They have been doing. This is something that is a part of the PD culture, or I guess Boston, wherever they are.
This has led to widespread outrage and demonstrations outside the courthouse and in the streets across the country. Because of the damaging effect that my reporting and protesting has had on the Commonwealth's case and reputation, I was arrested by the same police I've been exposing and charged with 16 counts of felony witness intimidation, conspiracy, and picketing. The charges are completely meritless and were designed to get me to stop reporting and stop leading this movement for justice. An overview of my charges can be found in the video linked in the description. When I first started writing about this case, I made a video called Frame, which was a condensed overview of the case at the time. However, much has come to light since then, including a trial that ended in a hung jury. And as we enter the retrial, an updated version of Frame is needed. This video is the complete summary of the most important facts of the case.
Look how flat the street is!
Which prove undeniably that Karen Reed is innocent and that the people who murdered John O'Keefe framed her for their crimes.
So once again, it sounds crazy. Like, we have such a high regard for our police officers, for the people in power in the United States. And I know the world is probably like, yeah, you do. Do you really? Because representation these days is not like we're used to. But for real Americans, the heart of America, we really are proud of our democracy. And we fight to keep it. It really means something to us. Our Constitution means something to us. Are there bad actors? Yes, there's bad actors everywhere. But it's really hard to think that a whole police department, a whole slew of people, this many people could collude and conspire, because typically the more people that are in on the information, the less secretive it is, the less successful it is, because more likely someone will talk. So the less involved people are, then great. But it's not hyperbole. It's not. He has receipts. So let's see him. Poor Karen Reed. Poor John O'Keefe. Poor Officer O'Keefe. And I think about his children that he was raising. Not only did they lose him, not only are they in a situation where their mother and father, their biological parents, are deceased, they have all of this, all of these lies being told to them about Karen Reed, someone who also helped to take care of them. They lost her too. This is ridiculous. And hopefully they'll see this. Hopefully they'll see the truth in later years, and they'll be able to say, wait, she couldn't have done it. There's no way she did. Right, Turtleboy Productions.
On January 29th, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside Brian Albert's house in Canton during
That's a rendering of the house, okay?
a severe blizzard. O'Keefe's girlfriend,
The house behind,
Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead
this is a rendering. You can see the computerization. That's a rendering.
outside Brian Albert's house in Canton during a severe blizzard. O'Keefe's
The house behind Turtleboy is the house.
girlfriend, Karen Reed, who had dropped him off there earlier, became the sole suspect and was charged with manslaughter. She was later indicted for second-degree murder. Authorities claimed Reed hit O'Keefe with her SUV and fled the scene. However, emerging evidence pointed to O'Keefe being beaten inside Albert's house and left on the lawn to frame Karen Reed. The well-connected Albert family has been protected by their friends and family in law enforcement and the DA's office. They expected Karen Reed to give up and take a plea deal, but instead she fought back, uncovering details of the conspiracy surrounding the case. Karen Reed was arrested and charged with manslaughter on February 1st, 2022. Her attorney, David Yannetti, did not allege any conspiracy to frame his client at her February 2nd arraignment. Outside of court, Yannetti simply said,
I think that there was a lot of political pressure on this district attorney's office to bring charges in light of the fact that a police officer...
Just real quick, when he says the defense attorney did not allege any conspiracy to frame his client, he's stating that was not a defense at the time. They were unaware of a conspiracy by McCabe's, Albert's, police department officials, whoever else is involved.
Was the victim here. This is a defensible case. I will tell you that my client has no criminal intent. She loved this man. She is devastated.
He did not state or suggest that his client did in fact strike O'Keefe with her car. Karen was admittedly drunk on the evening of January 28th and had no memory of hitting John O'Keefe with her car. She says that she saw him go into the house, but had no idea how he ended up dead on the lawn. She began to wonder if she could have accidentally bumped into John without realizing it. One thing that didn't cross her mind in the days after John died was that the people inside Brian Albert's house would beat him up and throw him on the lawn to die like trash. That changed on February 3rd, 2022, the day.
So that statement the people inside the house would beat him up and throw him on the lawn like trash. Do not run away from this statement. As bold of a statement as it is, evidence kind of supports it. Let's see.
After reads arraignment, Yannetti was visited in his Boston office by a man named Steve Scanlon. Scanlon was a former corrections officer and a longtime friend of Brian Albert. He told Yannetti that he should look at the people inside the house and opined that O'Keefe was beaten up by Brian Albert, an ATF agent, and Albert's nephew, and that they later moved his body to where Reed found him at 6 a.m. Although Scanlon didn't specify names, didn't mention Colin Albert or Brian Higgins in particular, they were the only ones who matched this description who were at the house that night. This was the first time Karen had heard that Colin was at the house, and it suddenly started making sense what had happened. From that point on, she began investigating the investigation into her and discovered that she was being framed. Scanlon wanted to be a whistleblower, but since he's a coward, he also wanted to remain anonymous and wouldn't sign an affidavit for David Yannetti. When I spoke with Scanlon, he told me that he didn't know for sure what had happened to John, but said that the injuries to John, quote, didn't add up. There's just one problem with that, though. John's autopsy photos weren't released at that time, and his injuries hadn't been reported by any media outlets. So Scanlon would have no idea what his injuries were. Scanlon wasn't wrong, though. When people get run over by cars, they generally have bruises all over their body and broken bones. Not John O'Keefe, though. He had no bruises or broken bones below his nose, but he
No bruises below his nose. Think about below your nose, your whole body below your nose. So that means above his nose, he had bruises, which are what? His eyes. So if you have, there's some blurring that happens, but there's going to be some pictures of John O'Keefe in his autopsy. So to, memorializing his wounds. So you might want to skip ahead a few, like maybe 30, maybe a minute. Because I'm going to go into it. So just kind of like forewarning. And then secondly, this is out of full respect for the family. This is not to exploit his visual hurt or pain. It is to show the truth is he was in a fight. He wasn't fighting a car. The car didn't hit him. The car didn't roll over him. He had no broken bones that a car would cause. He had no bruises that a car would cause. The only bruises that he had was relative defensive wounds in his face. And it's important to note that. So we're going to look at it.
He did have two black eyes.
Here it is. Two black eyes. And you don't get black eyes from a car. You get black eyes from being punched. And they weren't just a little bruising on the eye. They were really puffy. They were black. Extremely bruised.
Defensive wounds on his.
This is a very important wound. This is his hand. And he has a defensive wound on his hand, inclusive of his knuckles. Not sure if he put his hand up to protect his face or protect his body in any way and got hit there, or if he was fighting. This to me is more on his hand here, so it looks more like he was putting it up, and I think that's why they're categorizing as defensive. I think that's where he was putting his hand up in protection and in trying to protect himself.
His knuckles, a 3-inch last.
The Turtleboy says it's a 3-inch laceration. I'm going from here, which is 3.5. And I'm including this part, which may not be an actual laceration. It could be just from the bruising of the blood that it's around. But nonetheless, if it is 3 inches, 3 inches, 3.5 inches, to me, it's still a substantial size. And it is a laceration. I agree to that. And this is on his top of his head. So I think it's like this side of his head. We'll have to find out for sure. But he hit the ground, and the ground was so hard, it presented a whole laceration. That's not reasonable. The ground was not frozen over at midnight or 1 o'clock. The snow that is found at 6 a.m. was not there at 12 something, 1 o'clock. And this is in accordance to the Commonwealth's own witness, Jen McCabe. Now, I know it's like, who wants to quote her? There's nothing of truth that comes out of her mouth. But I'm just saying, if you're the Commonwealth, if you're the prosecution, and you're collecting the information, you don't have a case to prosecute because she is telling you the ground it just started to snow at 12 something. It just started. So the ground wasn't frozen. So this is not and this is like a cut, it's not like a whole circle of area. It's a straight line almost. So that looks more like a knife, a hatchet, looks like something that maybe a bat. I don't know. I actually think something with a sharp edge caused that. More like a knife or a hatchet.
Laceration in the back of his head, indicating that he had been hit by a blunt object and what appears to be dog bites exclusively on
I was almost ready and I missed it.
his head, indicating that he had been hit by a blunt object and what appears to be dog bites.
Okay, dog bites. Now, this, that's it. Sorry, guys. This viewpoint gives me a very strong concern. And I don't know if it gives me the concern because of the first trial or if it's just basically my thinking. But I do remember in the first trial when I saw these bites, I was like, oh my God, no, that's a dog going with they're jumped on something and they latched into his arm. And one of the things I was thinking that the Commonwealth would have presented would be he was in the cold, so whatever random animal came and started chewing or attacking him because he was dead in the cold, we can't account for that. That doesn't mean that it was the dog. That's what I thought that they would present. They did not present that. And I know there's a good reason why they did not present that, because that would be stupid. Because these bites show an attack dog bite specifically. You can do research for yourself, but I want you to think about an animal that's out in the wild. They're grabbing at flesh, they're pulling at stuff, they're ripping things off and apart. His shirt, his jacket, or I think his jacket. I don't know, jacket be darned, because quite honestly, we don't have clear evidence about a jacket. So I think the guy who said he had a puffy jacket was like, oh yeah, I was wrong. It wasn't his jacket. He didn't have a puffy jacket. I had a puffy jacket. It's like, okay. But I remember, quite frankly, she said, I hit him, I killed him, I hit him, I did it, whatever. So you thought he had a jacket on, you got that one wrong, but you're so darn sure she did profess that she's the reason why he's dead, but yet no one arrested her and put her in handcuffs. Not that minute, right? It was only hours later that you came and got her. That makes no sense. But anyway, back to the evidence that we're looking at. For me, this is truly conclusive to an attack dog. And I would offer you to do your own research and think for yourself on a critical basis. If this was a random animal or just an animal scratching at something, would the pattern be so even? To me, it's like the mouth is at the elbow area, and then there's a whole scratch that kind of pulls away on the side of that. If you're scratching at something, if an animal is scratching at something, they're typically scratching in one part. So you'd be at one part, just several different scratch marks. I don't see it that way. So maybe you do, you can let me know in the comments. But for me, this actually extends to the fact, since the dog was rehomed, especially, that before the dog's rehoming to doggy heaven or wherever, Florida, I guess is what they say, that Chloe the dog actually attacked John O'Keefe.
It's exclusively on his right arm. You don't have to be a doctor to know that a car
on his right arm. So one animal out the blue is scratching at him. One animal out the blue just scratches at him on his right arm. There's no other animal that's with him. There's no other scratches, or there's nowhere else on the chest, on the neck, the leg, next to his arm, on the side of his body.
did not do that. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe dated 20 years ago and reconnected romantically after speaking on Facebook during the pandemic. During those 20 years, John left his job as a Duxbury police officer to join the Boston Police Department. In 2014,
Okay, so for those of us who don't live in Massachusetts, Duxbury Police is like 37 minutes or 37 minutes, like 32 miles away from Canton. Boston PD is something like 20 miles or so away from Canton. So he just moved from, and I had to look this up because I needed to understand why he would change departments. Maybe just because Boston is bigger, because Duxworth is in Plymouth, and I think it's something like 60,000, 16,000, 17,000 populated persons. And then Boston has over 600,000 populated persons for the city. So, much more active city in Boston than Duxworth, because just more people.
John's sister and brother-in-law tragically died in less than 3 months of each other, leaving John's young niece and nephew without their parents. John stepped up and became their parent, raising them alone and moving to Canton. Karen worked for Fidelity as a financial analyst and was an adjunct professor at Bentley University.
So when I saw this part, I said, oh, that's what the outsider comment is. So in trial, you hear Jackson almost making much to do about nothing, but it's really not nothing, but it's kind of like you don't understand truthfully what he means. And this is what, and I want you to take it like you're a juror. So we're the internet jury. You have to think like the jury that's actually there. They are typically of the same town, right? Because the jury is going to represent the community for which the case is tried. So they're Canton people. They're like, this is how we live. This is what we do. This is our community. Who are you to tell us an outsider and how we treat outsiders? So it can be condescending and off-putting to hear Jackson from LA, who doesn't nowhere in Massachusetts, doesn't understand Massachusetts connotations or accents, come and question Jen McCabe about outsiders. So this trial, I saw that he got a little more definitive with his outsider comment, to not mean like outsiders of the community, but outsiders of the friend group, to make it more personal. So it was less judgy to the community of Canton. That's better, because the first trial, it made it seem a little more like he was judging the small town community. And so for me, however, as someone who lives in LA, I'm kind of like, okay, yeah, I can see how outsiders would be cautiously received. If someone moves into the neighborhood, you don't know who they are, you're cautious. Hi, how are you? Da, da, da. You get to know them a little bit by little bit. I don't think that the disdainment that Jen McCabe or anyone had for Kerri Reed was relative to her being an outsider in that form. I think Peggy's disdainment, Jen McCabe's disdainment, their disdainment for Karen Reed is that she's a know-it-all. This is my thoughts. This is not evidence. This is me. I think that they feel like, oh, she's a woman who doesn't have children, but yet she has degrees, she has her own career, self-sufficient woman. And I think they think she's, highfalutin, if you will. I don't think it's so much of she's an outsider as it is perceived, though that there is that in life. There is that. I do believe it exists. I just don't know if that's the true root of why Peggy O'Keefe and Jen McCabe have so much disdainment for Karen Reed. I think it's more or less like, what does she know? And Jen said it, I'm just a small-time mom. She's not just a small-time mom, but whatever. She's a stay-at-home mom, yes, but I don't think she's some small-time girl, just small-time mom. She has some very conniving ways. But anyway.
She owned a home in Mansfield.
And here's another thing about Karen Reed. This house right here is probably just as big as, just as big as Ryan Albert's house. Different shape, however, but square footage, I think it's almost the same. Maybe not so much, but it's a nice size, decent house, double car garage, nice walkway. And she did it, what I think it was on her own. I don't know of her being married and divorced or whatever. I don't her to be a single woman. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't, doesn't matter. But the point is, it was her house and her house alone. And I think that yielded to the she thinks she's better than everybody thought. Um, and that happens sometimes when you are educated and you have a certain tone, or you speak with certain words. People can get, off put real easy if they just think you're trying to sound smart and you're not. You're just talking. You can be misunderstood easily that way. But here's the sad part about this house. She doesn't have this house anymore. She had to sell it. She had to sell this house to go through trial, to pay for her trial. And I know that there's a fund for her trial, like $1 million fund or a little less than $1 million going on. That doesn't even cover it, because guess what? There's fees that are going to come out of that. 20 to 30% of that's going to go to whatever the fee base is. Atypically, I don't know if it's GoFundMe or not, but there are fees that come out of it. There's banking fees that come out of it. Always, accounting fees always come out of whatever fund you're going to lend to. And then after that, it's going to be left for the trial. Well, one set of experts, if you get decent, real good ones, you can find an expert dime a dozen, but to get a decent one, you're paying $100,000 for trial testimony, their travel, the trial, like that's $100K. And this trial needs a good number of good experts, because the Canton Police couldn't find any good experts. All of their experts are like, okay, okay, sure, you are the expert of nothing, but okay, yeah, go testify. So with that being said, $1 million is not enough. And she had to sell her house at one point to pay for her defense. So I do feel bad for her, because it should have never been a case in trial. Like this case does not sound like a triable case for the Commonwealth. They're trying to make it a one, but it doesn't sound like one. It should never went to trial. They messed up. They did not do what they were supposed to do. They did not collect evidence. That's going to be talked here. So much evidence still not in possession. So much evidence never collected. They didn't collect evidence. They didn't sequester witnesses. They didn't collect witness statements of the full extent. They only did a handful at one time, a year later for another, a year and a half later for another. Like, they had no interest in really finding out the truth.
But for all intents and purposes, was cohabitating with O'Keefe and acting as a de facto stepmother to O'Keefe's niece and nephew. Text messages leading up to the night O'Keefe was killed show that Reed felt taken advantage of by John, as some referred to her as the, quote, babysitter with benefits. Ouch. John didn't like how she spoiled the kids. They argued, as many couples do, sometimes in front of the kids, and discussed breaking up. There was an incident in Aruba a month before John died, where Karen angrily confronted a woman named Marietta Sullivan and accused her of kissing John. And Karen was frustrated that John got drunk during the trip and left her to take care of his kids. Karen herself sought validation and attention from an ATF agent friend of John's named Brian Higgins, who she flirted with over texts in January of 2022, but ultimately ended up ghosting him after a tap kiss in John's garage 2 weeks before John died. One time.
Okay. 2 weeks before John died is the last statement, is when she kissed Higgins in the garage of John's house, or someone's house. I think it was John's house. This to me is the information that goes to Kieran Reed's like, oh my God, this is all my fault. She left him there. I don't think she knew Higgins was there, but there's some information about Higgins we're going to get into that I didn't know, and I found out through Turtleboy. So, I don't think this is in the trial. So this is a lot of like background information, not necessarily in the trial, but proven information based on his reporting. And so you want to see it. At the end of the day, I think that she regretted having anything to do with Higgins, and she was just trying to make John O'Keefe jealous, because I think they loved each other, but they didn't have the capacity to really love each other. Because Karen was extremely needy, and John was like, I have needy kids. I don't need a needy girlfriend. I think that's the way I take away some of their conversations, where they were always drawn back to one another. And that's why I say I think they really did love each other, but the capacity for loving each other was not as strong as it could have been. And that's where I think her mindset was when she's like, "Oh my God, this is all my fault. Like I flirted with this guy, I allowed him to hang out with this guy, and this guy has now killed John." I really think that's the story, but we'll see.
Time, John told Karen to leave the house, but they never ended up breaking up because Karen was so helpful with the children. Despite their occasional arguments, John and Karen were lovey-dovey at C.F. McCarthy's on the night that she allegedly killed him and was described by witnesses to be affectionate towards one another. On Friday, January 28th, the huge winter storm coming to Massachusetts was all over the news. John and Karen texted back and forth all day, talking about problems in their relationship. But whatever issues they had with each other wasn't enough to keep them apart that night, as John repeatedly invited her to Canton to drive him around to the bars and get snowed in with him and the kids for the weekend. John went out to a local bar called C.F. McCarthy's with his friends Mike Camerano and Kerri Roberts. Karen drove in from Mansfield and met them there at 9 p.m. She immediately began ordering drinks and could be seen on camera paying for 4. By 11 o'clock, Reed and O'Keefe made plans to go to a bar across the street and meet up with a woman named Jennifer McCabe, who O'Keefe was friends with because his niece was friends with one of McCabe's 4 daughters. McCabe was at the bar with her husband, Matt McCabe, her sister, Nicole Albert, Nicole's husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and Chris's wife, Julie Albert. Joining them there,
If your head hurts, this is the McAlberts, McCabe and Alberts. They're all family. Okay, just forget it. They're all family. God, it's so many.
was Brian
Which
Higgins.
I love. Sorry. I don't love this particular set of family members, but I love big families. What happened? What did I do? I guess I pressed a button. Oh, there we go.
Friends with one of McCabe's 4 daughters. McCabe was at the bar with her husband, Matt McCabe, her sister, Nicole Albert, Nicole's husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and Chris's wife, Julie Albert. Joining them there was Brian Higgins, the ATF agent Reed had previously flirted with earlier in the month before, quote, ghosting him. While they were there, Jennifer McCabe invited O'Keefe to Brian Albert's house for an after party, where Brian Albert Jr. was celebrating his 23rd birthday with several friends and his 17-year-old cousin, Colin Albert. One witness described McCabe as trying to separate John from Karen, who had no interest in going to an after party at a stranger's house. After an hour, the bar closed, and Brian and Nicole Albert left to go back to their home at 34 Fairview Road. Higgins can be seen on video yelling and pointing in O'Keefe's direction before.
This is the information I don't know that's in evidence. I have not seen this anywhere else. OMG, oh my God. And then I think I did an Emily like, say what now? Say what now? Like this is the say what now. Come
Being
come
to their
find out
home at
with
34
me.
Fairview Road. Higgins can.
So let's do this because I've sped him up. He actually has a good speech pattern anyway. I want to go down to 0.5, not because of what I want to hear him say, but because of what I want to see. And so I'm going to mute him just for that factor because he'll sound real crazy. And you guys are like, that's annoying. What he's saying is, this guy is Higgins, this guy right here. This is the guy that Karen Reed was using to make John jealous, in my opinion. She, a couple weeks before John is dead, she flirted with this gentleman and kissed him, and then that was it. And then she stopped talking to him. At the day that John is dead, they go out to Waterfall, McCarthy's, every bar in town. Who the heck cares at this point? He sees them. I think it's the Waterfall. He sees them. He texts her like, hey, well, like, what's up? And she doesn't respond. She doesn't acknowledge him. She doesn't talk to him. And he had reached out to her some days before. She didn't acknowledge. She didn't respond to him. She's done with him. She used him and she's done. And he's trying to pursue. He denies pursuit, but he does, in fact, double check in with her and she does not respond. The day that John is dead, he's like texting her and she does not acknowledge. She doesn't talk to him. So clearly that's an issue for him because he says something. If he didn't care that she was there with John and if he realized, oh, well, I guess I'm not the guy that she wants to be with, he wouldn't reach out. He wouldn't have texted her. He just would have left it alone. That's what I got from the first trial. But there's even more. He is aggressive towards John the night that John is dead. And that I don't even think ever came in the first trial. I don't know what's going to come in the second trial. This is where we're at. So he's at the stand. That's the first trial, I should say. Here, let me see. I'm trying to find out where I can duck myself. I guess I'll put me here. This is John with the two colored pullover looks like he has on. I think this is Karen over here, and then I don't know who this person is right here. But down here on the left, where there's the blue circle, you see this body right here. This is Higgins. Higgins is raising both hands. He does a hand gesture with both hands, and he's doing this towards John. John is looking at him. I can't see what his face is saying because it's too blurry. But, you know, one would be like, huh? Maybe he's, huh? What? What's your problem? What you want to do? Like, who knows what John said? Maybe John was for all the business. Maybe he was like, man, whatever. You ain't about that life, whatever. Who knows? Or maybe John is trying to register, like, what is this drunk man saying? You know, maybe he's like, huh? What are you saying? My problem is no one testified to him doing this gesture to John. Like, what are you doing? And what I was able to decipher is what it looks like to me. I'm going to let you see it. You get a moment to decipher for yourself, and then I'm going to tell you what I think. Okay, so he points towards John. He points towards the door. He looks at John's direction. Okay. And points again. And this here, this is Higgins. And this is Albert. So this is Brian Albert. This is the house that John's found at, the lawn of Albert. That's him. Higgins is the guy with the desire for Karen Reed, who is ignoring him. Albert is pulling his arm. And it's, so you tell me what you think, and I'll tell you what I think. Pull one, Higgins turns, pulls two. Okay, and I think that those were all like little replays that he did. So I don't think he pulled them like twice. I don't think the third and fourth time was a pull. I don't know. But here's what I think this all translates to. This is what I see. Okay, I went back too far, but anyway, we'll get there. Let me see. Can I get faster there? Faster to get there. Okay, so this is what I see. I see Higgins is waving his right arm like, hey, you, why don't you meet me outside? Come on, let's go. Outside, you and me. You and me. This is what I see. And because of that, Brian Albert is like, hey, calm down. And he pulls him like, just calm down. You're making a scene. And Higgins like, nah, all right, whatever. Nah, let me go see about this. And he's like, no, come here, calm down. I want you to calm down. You're drunk. That's the way I see it. That's the encounter that I see. That's not a big deal, except for the fact hours later, John is dead. Now it's a huge deal. But when people are drunk, you're at the bar and two guys like the same girl and it's kind of like, these heathens, these ragamuffins, they want to fight, whatever. It really wasn't that big of a deal right there. But with the fact that John is now dead, knowing that Higgins was over Albert's house, seeing that he looks like his wounds were from fighting or getting into a fight and trying to defend himself, now it makes you go, oh, I guess he really did want to meet him outside. He wanted to meet him outside. Okay, so let's get back into normal.
Texted O'Keefe's girlfriend, well, as if to say, why are you ignoring me? He was drunk, upset with O'Keefe, and felt disrespected by O'Keefe's girlfriend. When Nicole and Brian Albert got back home, they testified that their nephew Colin was still there, but that he left within a few minutes. Colin claimed that he had been there for 90 minutes, dropped off earlier in the evening by Jennifer McCabe's daughter, Allie, so that he could wish his much older cousin, Brian Albert Jr., a happy birthday. Despite being a teenage meathead who loves to drink and party, Colin's story is that he left the house minutes after his fun uncle arrived to the party because he wanted to get home, kiss his parents goodnight, and go to bed. Right. Physical violence and toughness are things that are encouraged amongst male members of the Albert family. Brian Albert is a former Marine and trained boxer with 30 years of experience as a Boston police officer, serving on the fugitive unit where he was in charge of tracking down and arresting some of the most violent and dangerous criminals. He reportedly assaulted 2 other Boston police officers named Eddie Hernandez and Stephen Ridge, and had a bad reputation amongst the rank and file in the BPD. Chris Albert is a thug who has political power in town. On June 23rd, 2024, he threatened to beat my face up and down the sidewalk outside C.F. McCarthy.
Up and down the sidewalk in 2 seconds.
You'll beat my face?
I wouldn't. I could.
You could, yeah. You seem really intimidated. Then watched gleefully as one of his employees and his crazed sister-in-law, Jill Daniels.
Okay, I'm gonna let you hear what he says, but we got to make it slow because
Assaulted me on camera.
Oh, here it is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of your shit.
Chris knew he
So when I first saw this, I was like, why is he hollering? All she did was grab his phone. I mean, I understand you being upset, and that is still assault, grabbing the phone, but she does more than that. So here, let's take a look in case you didn't see it.
Look who's here.
Watch her
Here
leg.
she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of your shit.
Chris knew
She kicks him or she steps on him while she grabs the phone. It's not just grabbing the phone. So that's why he hollers. But yeah, she assaulted him.
Here it is. Look who's here. Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of your shit.
Chris knew he can get away with this because the McAlberts basically run the town of Canton. Chris is on the board of selectmen. His brother Kevin Albert's a detective sergeant. Brian Albert is a legend, and Tim Albert once owned a pool. As a member of the select board, Chris is in charge of hiring the police chief who works for him. Unsurprisingly, Chief Helena Rafferty and former Chief Ken Berkowitz both supported Chris Albert's campaign for selectmen and used their positions of authority to cast doubt on what was plainly a cover-up in the eyes of any rational person. Chief Berkowitz allowed Brian Higgins to have an office at the Canton Police Department and asked a reporter to take down a tweet on February 1st, 2022, because the tweet mentioned the fact that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, and Brian Albert was a, quote, pillar of the community who didn't deserve to have his reputation tarnished. In November of 2023, the people of Canton held a special town meeting where they voted to audit the police department despite the select board and Chris Albert voting 5-0 not to. Colin was the star of the Canton High School football team.
So let's just see, Colin. So let's do this. On the left hand side, you're like, yay, football player. He's channeling his anger, channeling his energy, putting it all on the field, hyped up totally about team sports. This is a good thing. That's positive. Okay. This is like what? I know that there's like a community of people and whatever who kind of don't care if their children curse or they all curse. And so it's like, hey, I curse, they curse. It's a word. It means a thing. They use a word. And some people may say, throwing up your middle finger is whatever. It's the way kids take pictures. I will challenge you to say, if you allow them to, yeah, and maybe the parents aren't around at this time. Maybe he's with his friends and he's being different. However, this gives me a high indication that he's more of a town prick. He's not the town football player, team player. He is a unruly kid that has a challenge for authority. I'm going to put my middle finger up. I'm going to do what I want to do. Stop me. That's my opinion. Maybe my opinion is small-minded, but that's what I get from this side-by-side picture.
And the quintessential jock who thought football was cool, but Shakespeare was a loser. He was also...
I think that's funny. I don't know. I think football players and team players, I've known that they can still be straight A students. So I don't know how his grades were. I can't say if he loved school on both sides or not.
Also neighbors with O'Keefe, and had reportedly gotten into shouting matches with his much older neighbor after throwing beer cans on O'Keefe's lawn. Colin's parents jokingly referred to O'Keefe as Nevercracker in reference to a grumpy cartoon.
So this is what they thought of O'Keefe. This is the visual because he didn't want people on his yard. The character doesn't like people on his yard. I thought that was what John O'Keefe didn't like, people on his yard. First trial, O'Keefe, no, I don't know if it was, not O'Keefe. I don't think it was his brother, but it was someone who stated that John was disturbed by the children, Colin, walking on his yard, just like this guy in the movie who doesn't like children walking on his yard. So what John did was he put up a fence to protect his yard. And I thought, yeah, that's a little much. I mean, I too don't want people walking in my yard. I actually don't like people walking in front of my sidewalk. That's not my property. That's public property. They're supposed to walk on the sidewalk. But I don't like when people linger in front of my house because it drives my dog crazy. Hence, I understand why Chloe would have been barking when Jen ran into the house, because I too have a guard dog. And what do? They guard. And what do they guard from? People barging into the house. So when you're in the front of the lawn, when you're coming towards the front door, the dog goes crazy. The dog at least perks up. Maybe the dog doesn't bark as much, but they perk up. And then when you start banging or you run through, the dog is barking, the dog is crazy. I don't care if the dog is in the bedroom with me or the front of the house by the front door or in another room where the door is closed. The dog barks. That's their job, is to bark to alert the owner that something is out of sorts. That's what dogs do. So when the bunny rabbit hops around my yard, my dog barks. So you have lost all credibility with me that all of that commotion outside and the dog never barked. And then not to mention, you ran in the house, ran up the stairs, woke up the mom and dad, and the dog was nowhere. You have no idea what the dog was doing. Yeah, because the dog was rehomed already. Poor dog. Anyway, back to where we are.
Colin's parents jokingly referred to O'Keefe as Nevercracker in reference to a grumpy cartoon character who didn't like people on his lawn. Colin has a history of violence and has gotten into several fights that were memorialized on video.
Now, the Kenny fight though, is this really? I'm almost on Colin's side. Like, you're not fighting, you're just being stupid. But truthfully, you're in fight. This is a fight. You're just losing it.
On his lawn. Colin has a history.
You're just horrible at it. Like, you're not really fighting real people here.
History of violence and has gotten into several fights that were memorialized on video.
Like, grab ASS. Like, you're not really getting anything in. On either one of these.
He had also issued.
You suck. You suck as a fighter. Okay, wait. I'm pressing too many buttons. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, no, he can't fight. He cannot fight. He's not good at fighting, but he's definitely fought before. So all of that humbug that he did on the stand, mind you, was a complete lie. Complete lie. He lied on the stand. This is what we're proving right now. All right, let's get back in here.
Threat to a group of teenage hockey players from Hingham known as the Advantage Boys.
Yo, your Advantage Boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up.
Are you scared? I don't know who the Advantage Boys are. I don't know who the rivals are, but I will beat all jar. Just not scared. I'm not scared. But are you? Are you scared of him?
Pull up, bitch.
Despite this, Colin claimed during the trial that he had never been in a fight before, something that was undeniable.
And let me say this. I think Colin did it, but I don't think he did it alone. I don't think Colin was the successful aggressor. like if it was him and John, I think John would have taken him. But it was him, John, Brian, and Chloe. Like that is what I think the group of assassination or, people were about. But him by himself, scared? No, not with them fighting moves.
Perjury. Like many others, Colin looked up to and admired his uncle Brian. Family photos of the Alberts almost always show the.
Oh, I think I glossed over this fact. I just want to make sure you realize. Colin said he never was in a fight on the stand, perjured himself, lied on the stand.
Never been in a fight before, something that was undeniable perjury. Like many others, Colin looked up to and admired his uncle Brian. Family photos of the Alberts almost always show the men either giving the middle finger to the camera or holding up their fists like boxers do. The Commonwealth wants us to believe that as soon as his uncle Brian.
So his middle finger thing, not that big of a deal. The family does it. And that's what I was thinking, like, it might be a family thing, middle finger thing. They all curse, it's whatever. But a problem comes into play if you don't help, especially teenagers, because every teenager has new sets of emotions. Anger is, high. They're very sensitive. Everything is extra because it's new sets of emotions. They're coming into their own. As the parents, as the adults, it's helping them channel those emotions properly. So boxing is a great sport to help someone with anger management concerns or, needing to get physical. Giving them that outlet of boxing and going to the gym for that, I think is great. So I'm not downing Brian on that. Now, other stuff, highly questionable, but that in and of itself, not a problem.
Brian got back to the party. Colin just immediately decided it's time to leave. Colin, Chris, and Julie Albert have all known State Police Detective Michael Proctor for decades. And as luck would have it, Proctor ended up being assigned lead investigator for O'Keefe's murder. 7-year-old Colin was the ring bearer in Proctor's sister Courtney's wedding.
7-year-old Colin, so the guy who grew up to be fighting and challenging whomever, who never was in a fight, according to his testimony, there was a lie on the stand. That 17-year-old, 10 years before, when he was 7, he was the ring bearer at Proctor's sister's wedding or at Proctor's wedding? Let's go back.
Investigator for O'Keefe's murder. 7-year-old Colin was the ring bearer in Proctor's sister Courtney.
Yeah, Proctor's sister's wedding. So this is Sister Courtney and her husband of Proctor, who is the lead investigator of the death of Officer John O'Keefe. And his care for his fellow officer was a half-baked investigation. Wonder why. So for those of you who are on the fence and say, why do people care about this case? Why are they saying that there's no way Karen Reeve could have done it? This is a lot of the why. Why are they saying that this is corruption? This is a lot of the why. This is not even half or a quarter of it. This is a lot of it. And we're going to get into some of the testimony of current day and how that is a straight up lie on the stand. And it will let you know that people are doing everything that they can to preserve something. Now, there's a good group of them that are preserving that they didn't kill John O'Keefe. My sister didn't kill John O'Keefe. My sister's husband didn't kill John O'Keefe. No, the Alberts didn't do it. There's that preservation there. Colin didn't do it. There's that preservation there. There's family preservation. There's also some expert witnesses that are preserving something. And I really think that it's kind of unintended conspiracy. They're not trying to be a part of the conspiracy, but they refuse to be honest enough to tell the truth. So they're trying to preserve something, like the doctor who did the extraction of the blood. He's what's her name? Attorney Little got it really cleared up on cross-examination that what he did was he took the whole blood and then he, I guess, did it in a subterfuge. He did a process that's not forensic testing. That is okay, because guess what? He's not a forensic doctor. So if he just would have said on the stand, No, I did not. I did not do forensic testing. No, I did not do the process of forensic testing. No, I am not a forensic expert. No, I did not um, do that. And I don't know this article and I don't know that article. That's forensic testing. That's not my expertise. That's not what I do. I am worried about life-saving measures. I am not looking for evidence. I did not test evidentiary. I tested to make sure to save and preserve the life that was before me. And that was Karen Reed's life. So his testing of the blood to find out alcohol levels was to determine if she was like going to be in a coma, like if how much alcohol did she have, what else is in her blood, if anything is in her blood. He wasn't testing for alcohol specifically in the terms of she must be drunk. He didn't have an indication of drunk. He had an indication of she's suicidal. Let me check her levels, check her blood in a routine check to see if there's something internal that's going to be another problem. And alcohol and drugs happen to be a tester. And when they tested for it, they found range levels and they found nothing that alarmed them in order to save her life. But the way in for which they tested it was not forensic style because that's not what they do. That's not his job. Instead of him just saying that's not my job, that's not what I do. No, I didn't do that. I did according to my job. I did it according to my standards, our standards for health and care preservation, not for evidence and trial. That we don't do evidentiary trial testing. Instead of maintaining that, he defends his testing methods and says they're just as good as forensics. That is a lie. They are used for two different things. They are good for what they are good for. If you're trying to assess someone's life to see if they are getting ready to go into coma, if their levels are presenting a health concern, a scare, a problem, or near death, because you can die from over drinking or drinking different types of alcohol that is not that doesn't metabolize appropriately. That's his job. His testing methods for his standards of care was quite appropriate, just as good to find out. That's what his job is. Forensic testing is different. The standards are different. And so it's very hypocritical of the court or any officer of the court, especially the Commonwealth, to sit up and say, we can't have ARCA come in, we can't have experts come in because they didn't test the raw data, they shouldn't come in, or we can't have rules of court, you can't use leading questions when you are direct examining, and you can't cut people off even though you're doing cross-examination and they're only supposed to say yes or no. You have to let them finish, or you can't make comments, and I'm going to make sure that the jury knows at every turn that you try to make a comment, that's a problem, even if the comment is put into a question format and it's not a comment, it's actually a question. Lots of things. If you watch the trial, you can see the judge overly correct, chastise the defense in front of the jury and not do the same for the prosecution, giving the impression that the defense is doing something wrong and out of sorts, when the prosecution is doing a much of the same thing, if not more, and is not getting called on it. You can't be rule of law in one element and then turn around and say, okay, this expert is coming in and they are allowed to say that their testing is just as good as the rule of law forensic testing. There is a reason for forensic testing. It's different for a reason. So it's not the same. So you have all of this preservation. He's preserving the integrity of his hospital and his lab. And I understand that because it's yours, it's your baby. He's the man. He's like, this is my lab. My lab is phenomenal. And you should know that your lab is phenomenal. You should believe in what you're doing, but you also should know what you're doing may be different from what someone else is doing. And it's okay. So yeah, a lot of preservation going on and corruption going on. And we're going to get into more evidence of lying on the stand based upon Turtleboy's true experiment. Because guess what? The guy got on the stand and said, the phone can register steps when it's not steps and you're in the car because it's such a hilly location. It feels like steps, 3 flights of them to be exact. Lies.
His wedding. There's pictures of Colin and his family all over Courtney's Facebook page. And Proctor's own mother referred to the Alberts as a, quote, second family. Yet Proctor did not recuse himself from the investigation or disclose this close relationship. In fact, he denied knowing that when he testified in front of the grand jury that indicted Reed. He said he didn't know him. Karen discovered by Reed.
Didn't know them. So you figure it out at some point, right? Because he talks to his sister about it. That's the thing. It's like you come to a realization at some point that your sister's, the little boy in your sister's wedding is related to the people you're now investigating. And you weren't even investigating the people. That's the problem. You never thought to investigate the people. So either you're lying or you're just the dumbest ever. And I think you're a little bit of both, but whatever.
Researching the Albert and Proctor families on social media, this was a lie. Throughout the investigation, Proctor went out of his way to protect the McAlberts by treating them as witnesses instead of potential suspects and not interviewing eyewitnesses and even accepting bribes from the Alberts on the day that Reed was arrested. Shortly after Brian and Nicole arrived at 34 Fairview Road, Jennifer and Matt McCabe pulled into. Shortly after Brian and Nicole arrived at 34.
Artist impression. Oh, okay. I never saw that part. Okay, yeah. So this is the artist impression. Okay, thanks.
Fairview Road, Jennifer and Matt McCabe pulled into the driveway and parked there. At 12:14, John O'Keefe had just left the waterfall bar with Karen Reed and texted Jen McCabe asking where to. At 12:18, he called her asking her to clarify directions. Unfamiliar with the town that she didn't live in, Karen went slightly out of the way to get there, coming from the east on Cedar Crest Road. She missed the left-hand turn onto Fairview Road, did a U-turn in the driveway, and then she went back to Fairview Road. When she did so, a truck was coming from the opposite direction and was trying to turn left onto Fairview Road.
Okay, so pay attention to this.
Inside that truck was Rick.
Shoot. He's going fast, and I don't think I have him turned up. Do I? Yeah, he's on normal speed for me. So I just want to make sure you see this. This car are the group of young adults that are coming to pick up the friend. Everybody was having fun that night. I don't even remember if it was a Friday night or whatever. Everybody was out, okay? The kids, the young adults were out, parents were out, everybody was out. And for those of you who are in either small towns or just in a town that when it snows, this is normal behavior. It really is normal. But I want to encourage you, if you're going to get drunk at home. Never get drunk outside of your house. I don't think you should get drunk, but by all means, do it at home where you're safe, because people were getting drunk, drinking, driving on the road where snow was being had, and all of those things. And then John is dead because he was drunk with the wrong people who were also drunk. And that's my opinion. Whatever, take it as you leave it. Allegedly, I think it's proven, but we'll see. This is the group of kids coming to pick up somebody who's at the house for the party. So they're just, these are the carpoolers, right? The carpoolers that are picking everybody up, got a designated driver. The kids had more responsibility with their drinking. And I say kids, there's young adults like 21 to 24 or something, except for Colin, who's 17. But at this time, but these are the young adults, and they're being highly responsible. The adults, the 30, 40, 50-year-old adults are drinking and driving. Every last one of those adults, from the McCabe's, the Alberts who were at the waterfall, they were drinking and driving. They drove home while they were drinking. Karen Reed drove home while she was drinking. So what he said is Karen drove down this street, realized she passed the street, made a U-turn, came back up. They are getting ready to turn left. She has the right of way. They flash her and let her know, hey, go ahead, you go. You got the right of way, get out the road. It's probably what they thought, because that's what I would be saying. Like, get out of my way.
Was coming from the opposite direction and was trying to turn left on a Fairview Road.
That's why they have the flashing. I do not believe this rendering is correct, because I don't believe the snow was down like this. I don't think the snow had hit that much where it was a blanket at this time, because this is at the 12 something hour. This is midnight something. And if you listen to Jen's testimony, if you want to believe anything she says, one of the things she says is that, hey, it was it had started to snow. It wasn't as bad as later, but it had started.
Road. Inside that truck was Ricky D'Antano, Heather Maxon, and her boyfriend Ryan Nagel, whose sister Julie Nagel was a friend of Brian Albert Jr. and had called him looking for a ride home. D'Antano allowed Reed to turn onto 34 Fairview and drop John off in the driveway, where she claims that she saw him run quickly to the side door. D'Antano, Maxon, and Nagel pulled in seconds afterwards and testified that they did not see John O'Keefe run into the house, which would make sense because the other cars in the driveway would have obstructed their view from seeing him. Karen had no intention of going inside because she didn't know anyone there. And throughout the whole scene, she just thought it was sketchy because the house was dark and Higgins had just yelled at O'Keefe before leaving the bar. But John was drunk and wanted to go, so she agreed to drop him off. The plan.
Another reason why it's her fault. She agreed to drop him off. I would go like, heck no. No. Listen, I'm going home. You come stay at home with your girl, with your daughter. Do what you want to do. I'm taking you home. If you walk over there, drive over there, that's on you. I'm taking you home because I'm going home. I don't want to be bothered with any of these people anymore. I don't think it's the fact that she didn't know anyone there. I think she was done. She was done. And I don't think she wanted to be near Higgins because that was weird. That was weird. Was this the first trial and I just missed it? Someone help me out. Was it in the first trial that Higgins gestured to John himself to come outside? I remember the fighting stance, the pretend fighting stance, but I don't remember these gestures and then Brian Albert pulling him that we just saw in the clip before. Was that a part of the first trial? I do not remember that. I only remember that from here. I could have forgotten. I have life, so maybe I've forgotten and got things confused, but I don't think so. I don't think that came up. By golly, all the more reason for John, why the heck did you go over there?
The plan was for him to call or text her that he was inside to let her know everything was fine and she'd go back to his house 3 miles away at One Meadows Ave, where his 14-year-old niece was home alone. But John never called or texted Karen Reed again. As she waited outside, she became frustrated with John for not calling her and assumed that he had once again gotten drunk and left her to take care of his.
Darn. Okay, so let's get me out the way so you can see more of the rendering. This is the rendering. Maybe there is that much snow on the lawn. I don't know. But it's supposed to be around the midnight hour, between midnight and 12:30, okay? Because she's obviously back at John's house 12:30. This is the flagpole over here. This is the fire hydrant. Some trees that separate one lawn from the other. Right next door is 32 Fairview. This is 34 Fairview. There's a front door with some steps. There is the double garage, the door that comes off of the garage that goes from the underpath into the side door. I don't know why a house needs two front doors, but you call this the side door, but it's not on the side of the house. It's just to the side of the front. Okay, whatever. These are the cars. This is supposed to be the Lexus for Karen Reed's car, and I can't remember what type of car that the young people had, but the younger adults who were picking up the friend who was done with the party, and they were doing pickups and keeping everyone safe and sound and getting people home and not drunk driving, because I think the driver was the designated driver for everybody. Everybody was everywhere, and he was the designated driver. Poor guy. Anyway, hopefully they paid him. So anyway, they pull up. They say they don't see John. Karen says, I drop him off here. He runs up to the door, gets inside or whatever. She pulls now, Jen McCabe is somewhere in one of these windows looking at her, and she purports that the car at one point was this close to the mailbox. I think that's what she said. Because guess what? There's also some other lie about how that there's Higginson's car was right here. This is where Higginson's car was supposed to be parked at this time. Somehow, some way, it's not parked there anymore. Because these people did never see this car, and it's not there. It's supposed to be a car like a Jeep with a snow. What is it called? Scooper upper, snow plow. the snowplow on the front of it. It's supposed to be next to the mailbox on the street, but it's not here right now because they didn't see it. So Karen says she didn't see it. She says she dropped him off. He ran to the front door. She pulls up. She goes off. It makes sense to a certain degree because Jen McCabe says the car that Karen drove was somewhere in this area, right in front of the house. It pulls up. She looks and sees it's up. And then it pulls up again. She looks and sees that it's up. And then she looks again and it's gone. And this would make sense if you drop somebody off. If you drop somebody off, think to yourself, if I'm dropping somebody off, I'm waiting to see that they get in their house, the friend's house, the location of the building, wherever they're going, especially at night. But at all times, typically, you drop them off, you look, and you may very well see a car coming behind you and go, oh, let me scoot up a little bit. They're still at the door. Scoot up a little more. Did they get in? Did they get in? Did they get in? And you're kind of like, I don't want to really stop. I want to go. Just get in the freaking house. And they finally get in and you take off. That is sensible. That's a sensible explanation for why she would be in one location, another location, and gone, in accordance to Jen McCabe's story. And so these young people say they didn't see John run to the house, in the house. They didn't see him. That's sensible too, because they come and they pull up here. They don't go far enough for that front door, really. And I would guess that he was already in the house by the time they really get here, because this is a person that comes out from the side door that comes to them. So far as they're concerned, the door is the door that she came out of, and she comes to them and says, yeah, I'm gonna stay after all, never mind, don't worry about picking me up. That's kind of what's going on. And it can happen. It's a possibility it happened that way. It's not definitive that it happened that way because we don't have truth tellers of all ages, but we do have some truth tellers that say they saw a tall man get in the house. They saw a tall man. John was a tall man. They saw a tall man walk in the house by the front door, and then he went somewhere else. He never came into the kitchen, which is over where everybody else really is. And Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Chloe are downstairs in the basement. Turns out so was Colin, but no one wants to admit that, but whatever. Nevertheless, there are people in the house that say they saw a tall man walk in the house at around that time.
With John for not calling her and assumed that he had once again gotten drunk and left her to take care of his kids. After 10 minutes, she left and drove back to John's house, leaving all sorts of angry voicemails and text messages accusing him of cheating on her. This is the exact
I don't know if all about all that. One thing I do know is, how was he supposed to get home? Was he supposed to walk home? And I think that's why she figures like he got hit by a snowplow because he was going to walk home, and he didn't make it home because it's only a couple miles away.
opposite thing that you would do if you just murdered someone. Scott Peterson and countless other killers have left voicemails for their victims, pretending to be worried about them.
Hey, beautiful. I just left a message at home. 2:15. I live in Berkeley. I won't be able to get to Villa Farms to get that basket for Papa. I was hoping you would get this message and go on out there. I'll see you in a bit, sweetie. Love you. Bye.
That's Scott Peterson. You might say, well, who the heck is Scott Peterson? Who is he in this case? No, that's a different case. He's bringing up information. Scott Peterson is the man in California who was convicted of murdering his pregnant wife. Pregnant. Lacey Peterson, I believe was her name. Lacey or Lucy. I think it was Lacey. And why would he do that, you say? Because he didn't want to be married. And he had a girlfriend. And so instead of divorcing his wife and doing what other people do when they no longer want to be married, he killed her. And the baby in her stomach. And no, she wasn't like 2-3, like she wasn't 3 months or something, barely showing. She was something like 7-8 months. Like she was getting ready to have the baby. She was really pregnant. And he went fishing and dropped her body in the lake, and they found it after a while. But in the beginning, his whole thing was, oh no, I don't know what happened to her. Something has happened to her. I don't know what it is. I went fishing. I don't know what happened to her. And so what Turtleboy is bringing up is during the time of her missing, the day that she goes missing, he leaves a message at 2 something. She happened to like go missing in the morning time. And 2 something in the afternoon, he's leaving a message saying, hey, I just left you a message, love. Can you go run an errand for me? Love you so much. Bye. But she's dead and he killed her. And so that's why he's saying it doesn't make sense for Karen to have killed O'Keefe and to turn around and leave angry messages, because typically if you're going to leave a message, you're going to be trying to leave a very sweet, lovey-dovey one, not an angry one. But yeah, check out Scott Peterson. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Reed's
terrible
messages
man.
indicated that she thought John was alive, possibly with another woman, and had left her alone to watch his children. Who wouldn't be pissed? According to Trooper Nicholas Garino, Karen Reed logged into John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. The 2.3-mile trip from Fairview Road to One Meadows Ave, which included going through a traffic light.
Oh, yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. So, da, 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 da. Where's one? I mean, where's 34 Fairview? I think this is 34. No, this is Pleasantry. Oh, Chaplain Road. So 34 Fairview. Ah, here it is. It's up here at the top left. I don't know if you can see it. That black writing behind the name of the video, it says 34 Fairview Road. So in order to get to his house, she would go down towards Chaplain, drive a couple of miles, and off of this road, Pleasanton, is One Meadows, because that's another turn down here. He lived at One Meadows. So so if she went this route, this is what this is about. If she went this route, it would be 8 minutes. If she went this route, it would be 6 minutes. He's less than 3 miles away from Fairview. So that's why I said maybe he was just going to walk home. Maybe that's why she didn't think about picking him up. I don't know, because I'd just drop him off. How would he get home? Just how? Maybe Jen was supposed to take him home. I don't know.
In the center of town would have taken at least 6 minutes in ideal conditions. In the snow, it would take much longer. That means Karen had to leave Fairview Road no later than 12:30 a.m. This presents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. Ricky D'Antano, Heather Maxson, and Ryan Nagel all testified that Julie Nagel came out and said that she was going to stay there instead. They all left while Karen Reed was still parked outside and drove by her Lexus. All three of them testified that they saw Karen Reed alone in her car with the interior lights on, in her hand, at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. None of them saw John O'Keefe inside the car with Karen Reed. None of them saw O'Keefe on the ground outside the car or standing outside the car. This means there could only be one place that O'Keefe was, inside Brian Albert's house.
So that's his opinion based on what he has stated. I presume the same. I think John O'Keefe was inside of the house because of something else. Like I stated, people inside the house do say that there was another man there. They didn't know his name. The people who were there were like the Brian Jr., the 23-year-old, they were like his friends. So they don't know who John O'Keefe is. They didn't care. Like even Brian Jr. was like, I'm not hanging out with the old guys at the waterfall. I want you guys to come to my house, hang out with me for a minute for my birthday. And then they started to kind of dissipate after, once the old people came back, because they were like, we're not with old people. This is my opinion of it all, of the previous testimony from trial 1. But there were a few of them say, yeah, a tall guy came in through the front door and didn't see him anytime after that. Like he came in, I don't know where he went somewhere. You know, that's sensible. That to me proved that he went inside the house. The other substantiation is that he's no longer in her car. He's no longer visible to anyone on the road. Is that when they drive by, they don't see him. But if you were the Commonwealth, you could say that's because he's on the ground on the other side of the car. You could say that. But here's another problem. They were directly behind her at one point, and he wasn't on the ground then. Their headlights were flashing, were not flashing, but they were facing towards the back of her. And there was no alarming essence there. There was no man on the ground. you would definitely see him, especially in the beginnings. Even if it was 3 inches of snow by then, you would see him because he's thicker than 3 inches. You know, he's not a paper. And he would be on top of the snow, not underneath it, because it would have been just happened. So they would have seen him, and they did not see him. So that's like, yeah, it's more likely than not that he was inside. That's more of where I'm at. It's more likely than not he was inside of the house because he was not visible. But there are other explanations. And the truth be told, he could have been bent down tying his shoe, and they didn't see him because he was on the other side of the car. That too could be true. The thing that makes it more interesting and more viable that he was inside is because witnesses inside saw a man of his height and stature come into the house roughly sometime around the 12:30 hour. So, and the idea is that she dropped him off around 12:22.
The forensic evidence backs this up. John's Apple Health data shows that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs between 12:22 and 12:24 a.m. Karen's
Health data from devices, accuracy questionable, and I'm not going to say these are 100%, but if you're going to rely on one part of the device's data, then you're going to have to rely on the other part. And what did the man say that was so interesting and so crazy about the health data is that 3 flights of stairs were heels, and the drive that Karen took to get to the house, based upon the Waze app that denoted all of the direction for which she took to get to the 34 Fairview house, including the missed turn and had to come back around, was John. I don't even have my phone. Talk on it. Was John O'Keefe holding his phone and in the car going like this, and the phone thinks he was walking 36 steps, but 3 flights of stairs. Does not make sense. Stupid upon stupid upon stupid. And that's the issue. When you put half the data in and you want the data to fit a narrative, and you have a story and the data has to fit a narrative, it's going to sound stupid. Just like Mr. Expert of nothing, 36 steps. That's stupid. It's stupid. 36 steps of 3 flights of stairs. Well, guess what? What was his explanation? Well, it was really hilly. So the device thought that since he was going up a hill, he was going up 36 flights of steps. It was hilly? Hey, Dr. Turtleboy, how hilly was it? Were they really big mountains like Mount Everest? What was the hillside that Kearney drove to make the phone say that John O'Keefe went up 3 flights of stairs?
Apple Health data does not show her going up any flights of stairs during that time. This means that reading
the point that he's making right now, I didn't address. He's talking about the fact that since the witness said that they were in the car and that John's phone registered health data of him going up 3 flights of stairs due to the way the car was driving, his rebuttal is, well, Karen Reed's health data didn't show that. I think the next point that he makes is a stronger rebuttal, because the evidence that's in the court is that it's because John O'Keefe has his phone in his hand and he's hopping along. Karen Reed is driving, so her phone's probably in her pocket, probably a little more stable, but he's like in the car like, yeah, I don't know where we're going because we're going and da-da-da-da. And so supposedly the phone thinks it's going upstairs. But this point that he makes after that is the better rebuttal.
O'Keefe could not be in the same place at that time. Brian Albert has 2 flights of stairs in his house. Karen Reed's Lexus doesn't have a basement. Don't worry though, the Commonwealth has an explanation for that. You see, John's GPS, which has a 3-minute standard deviation from the actual time, shows that he wasn't there yet at 12:22. According to Detective Garino, the Norfolk DA's forensic expert, John was on Oakdale Road and was
Expert of nothing. Like, hey, Canton, he needs to be fired.
probably moving the phone up and down in the car.
The movements of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movements. Just waving it around and then could potentially.
Waving it around. Wave your phone around. Get you a dance on. See how many steps you get in. What about all the health apps that are like, hey, I'm going to help you lose weight. Lift your leg and lift your arm. All those health apps are like cursing him out because they're like, we have great data. Apple is probably cursing him out. We know when you're taking a step and moving your hand around. Our devices have intelligent data collection.
The phone for it to register movements. Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
Which
could potentially. You don't say, Mr. Expert. Could potentially. This is one of my favorite statements he says. It could potentially. It could potentially. Like, it could happen. Like, anything is possible. Don't worry. I'm an expert. I do expert things, except for like real experiments with controlled elements with variables, you know, and writing experiments down and memorializing it so others can double check my work. I don't do those expert things. I like testify expertly about the facts that I know nothing about.
Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
Which somehow tricked Apple into believing that he had just climbed a couple.
Hey, Apple, your software sucks so bad. The expert said I could be waving my phone around so that 5,000 steps that I was trying to calculate to see if I was getting my steps in for the day, I can't even trust that, because if I'm waving my phone around and I'm dancing, all of a sudden I'm not taking steps, and you know, your software sucks, Apple. According to the expert in Canton, you don't have good software.
Flight stairs. Garino testified that it was a very hilly street, so I tried driving down Oakdale Road to see if I could get my Apple Health data to say I climbed stairs. This is what I found.
Look how flat the street is. Are you?
Y'all, look at the hill. What is the hill? Can someone tell me where the hill is? Is it this tree or that tree? This tree? Is it this tree over here? Is that the hill? Because the ground is flat. Oh, wait. Is it this little bump from the street over to the house here? Is that the hill? Is that the flight? How many flights is this? Is this one flight right here? Like, what are we doing? Hey, experty guy with no knowledge. Where's the hill? Show us.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Watch out for the hill, kid.
Watch out for the hill, kid. Oh, okay. I've got to fix my YouTube. But yeah, watch out for the hill, kid. The little rock that might be in the street might. It just might. Watch out, watch out, watch out for the heel. For all of the love of God in every state, all across the nation, in the land of every country, all across the world, the man should be fired. He lied on the stand. He said he duplicated Aaron's route based upon the ways of information, and there were so many hills, he was able to get his Apple data to register flights of stairs. Were you on a treadmill? Like, what are you talking about? How did you do that? There's no way. There's no way. Look at this. Look at this. What is this? This is not like Sunset Boulevard in LA where you're going like this up the hill of Sunset. No. It's not like Baldwin Hills or View Park. You know, it's not Mount Rushmore. There's no hill. Not only is there no hill, There are no seeable, because I don't know, I can't see all of the road, but let's see major potholes that would make you go down it up again. Boop, boop. Like there's no pothole. So a lie is a lie is a lie. And why do liars lie? Cover it up. Cover up what? The truth. Why do you cover up the truth? Because the truth will let you know that they're involved in some kind of way. The truth will let you know that Karen didn't do it. Here's the thing about experts. There's not a real expert in the world who wants to prove a case. They just tell you the data. They just tell you their opinion based upon the data. And it is whatever the heck it is. Real experts don't care if the defense is right or if the prosecution, Commonwealth, or the people are right. They don't care. Real experts are like, look, the data said X, and here you go. Do with it as you may. They get on the stand to say, this is my date, this is my expert opinion, this is what I did, this is my work product, this is my report. So when the guy was like, well, this is not my report because this is a PDF. I didn't give you a PDF. He was a little like, itchy about it. But the truth is, an expert is not going to verify some other medium if that's not what they had. I just think Yannetti was like, dude, we're going to argue about what your report was because it's PDF versus Excel versus raw data versus, like, dude, like, did you write these things? Are these your words? Like, it's as if I copied his paper. Say if I printed it out, because Yannetti hadn't printed it out. So say if you print it out and you hand it to him. So now all of a sudden it's not your report because it's on paper and you emailed a copy. No, it's still your report because they're your words. So you want to justify your words. True. You want to justify that this is my report. This is what I gave you. And this is what it means. This is what the data says. This is what it is. You determine how it fits, if it fits, what it means for your case or not. They're not trying to prove a case. But this guy is so hard trying to prove a case that he's willing to lie on the stand. He is incredible. He is a horrible witness. He should never be hired as an expert anywhere in the United States of America, anywhere. Matter of fact, Canada don't even hire him. But Canada don't want anybody from America now, huh? But still, because where is the hill? Oh, wait. Okay. I got you, Turtleboy. So if you go this way, that's your stairs, number one. Okay, that's your set one. And then if you come back down, you go over here to this little up step here, that's another stair number two. So if you do that a couple of blocks, you got 3 flights. I think that's what it is. Yeah, she must have been hitting curbs or something. We don't even have curbs. Curves for her to be hitting. Okay, maybe this side has a curve, but it looks like just grass to me. I don't even see like the curve, like the cement curve. This is such a lie, and it's funny because they're stupid. They're stupid liars, but it's not funny because her life is on the line. She had to sell her house in order to defend herself. How dare you guys do this to her? How dare you, Turtleboy? Let's go back. I'm loving it. Show me this street again. This is the best piece of evidence in the world.
Get my Apple Health data to say I climb stairs. This is what I found.
Look how flat this street is. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Watch out for the hill, kid.
The flattest street in Canton. Unsurprising.
Another thing though is the jury, I don't think ever gets that evidence there, but when they go or when they went to 34 Fairview, I really, really hope, and this is the problem with the way the Commonwealth is putting on the witnesses. They're doing it so choppy. It's it's a better flow in terms of chronological order to say how the night went. But the witness testimony is so choppy because they're just given one part of the testimony and they're not getting really across. And and then we get Jen McCabe up and we don't have Proctor yet. So we're like, oh, Jen McCabe, she's telling us all the truth. Hey, Jackson, why are you yelling at her? Oh wait, she lied to who? Like we're all confused because we have absolutely no real evidence one way or the other just yet. We're so new we're 2 weeks in, we're really new in the trial, so we don't know. But I hope when they drove that someone thought to themselves, or they all thought, I hope they all thought to themselves, because some of them are going to get dismissed. So I don't want the good ones to get dismissed. I want all of them to think to themselves, how could the guy recreate the hill 3 flights of steps on this road? It's awfully flat. I really want them to think that to themselves. I don't know that they did, because the instructions, Jackson did a great deal of instructions. Like, I want you to look at distance. I want you to take distance into consideration for yourselves. Or it might have been Unetti. Like, I want you to realize that 36 steps from the flagpole, from a guy who is a police officer, basically in good health, he's not behind the desk police officer who may eat nothing but donuts and sandwiches and therefore, is like me, extra pounds. He probably is a little more limber and consequently took 33 steps in the cold very quickly to the front door. Do you think that's a good 33 steps from here to the front door? I think that was on their mind mostly, because that's what the question was. Like, look at perception from here to there, flagpole to the window. What distance is that? What distance is the driveway? I think that was the question they were proposed with. But I just hope that when they were in the bus driving from the courthouse to the location, everybody was trying to find mountains for 3 flights. I hope you found mountains. I hope you looked at that. Because if the street is this flat, there's no way we're having this trial. Like, a mistrial or a guilty would be such a miscarriage of justice, to where, like, we all need to move to Canton and Boston so that we can vote everybody out. Then the next I guess Turtleboy goes around with people in the town, because that's where he lives, and he does protests, and they do protests together. The next protest is for all of the liberals to come to Boston and start voting, getting our residency, and start voting people out of office. Yeah, they would hate that, right? All the outsiders then.
Surprisingly, my Apple Health data did not show that I had climbed any flights of stairs.
Oh, you don't?
D'Antano, Maxon, and Ryan Nagel all testified that there were no cars in between them and Reed's Lexus. This presented a problem for the Commonwealth, so they had to try to find a way to discredit them. The solution to this was for Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, and Brian Higgins to make up a lie that Higgins had parked his white Jeep next to Brian Albert's mailbox, which would have been in between the Lexus and D'Antano's truck.
And after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV. You did not see, for instance, a Jeep with a snowplow on the front parked in between you.
I did not.
And in fact,
you indicated that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins. You said on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
You said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
Timeline of Karen getting back to One Meadows Ave at 12:36 was also problematic, because Jen McCabe testified that she looked out the window 3 times and Karen was still there at 12:45. The Commonwealth claims that Karen struck John with her car at 12:32, meaning she couldn't get back to O'Keefe's house by 12:36, and she definitely wouldn't still be at Brian Albert's house at 12:45. In order to make it look like she was worried about where John was, Jennifer McCabe called his phone 6 times between 12:40 and 12:50. She later...
So, what are we saying on timeline? We're saying 12:22 is roughly around the time, more accurately, based upon the non-lying data. And this non-lying data is not coming from this expert. Sorry, he's putting some of it in, but he's not the one who reported that things were deleted. He's not the one who reported everything. It's really ARPA experts. So they'll come in, I guess, and have to do their data thing. We'll see. But let's just take what's in evidence right now. So in evidence, 12:22, she drops him off. McCabe says she sees her periodically in about 3 intervals move up a couple of times. I say that's reasonable because if you drop somebody off, someone's coming behind you, so you kind of move up, but you're still looking to see if they get in the door. You see them get to the door, you're waiting for the door to open, so you move up even a little more because the people who are coming behind you, they probably need to park. They actually don't move too far up because they stay closer to the driveway because they're just waiting for someone to come out. They're not parking, but you think they might be parking. So maybe you move your car a little bit and you're still double checking to make sure that that John gets in the house. That's a reasonable thing. What's unreasonable is that Jen McCabe says that this transpired from 12:30 to 12:45, a whole 15-minute time frame. That's not supported by the data. The data says that Karen Reed was at John's house, which is less than 3 miles away, by 12:30. So if she was at his house by 12:30, and that's less than 3 miles away, that would be a 6 to 8 minute, maybe even a 10-minute time frame that she left. I mean, not 12:30, 12, whatever, 12:33 or 12:32, something closer to that time is when she logs in to his house. So nevertheless, the idea is she must have left no later than 12:30 from the house, not 12:45 like Jen McCabe said. So maybe she gets to the house at 12:36, whatever. But the biggest problem is she's not there at 12:45. 12:45 is the time that Colin leaves the house. So he is there earlier when Karen drops John off, because clearly he is dropped off because hours later he's found on the front lawn. Unfortunately, during the time frame that the young people came through, he was not on the front lawn and he was not in Karen's car. So evidentially, he was most likely in the house. We find out later he was seen inside the house. So none of their hillside 3 flights of stairs on flat land that registers like a mountain, it doesn't cut the mustard at all.
Testified that they were actually butt dials, none of which resulted in a voicemail being left on John.
And she calls him 6 times. There's a good reason why she would have called him, because they're trying to find his phone, because he's been in an altercation, he's passed out, we need to find his phone, and Jen McCabe has his number. Call him so we can find the phone, or give me your phone so I can call him. But she says, I don't remember making those phone calls. Maybe she didn't. Maybe her sister came in and said, hey, I need to use your phone. So my sister said, I need to use your phone. I'd be like, hey, my phone's over there, go get it. I don't even ask what you need it for. It's over there, get it, whatever, take it. So maybe that's the situation. Don't know. But guess what? There's no such thing as 6-time butt dials. What is your butt doing? It's dialing the same number 6 times over and over and over again, and then deleting them.
John's phone, because she would hang up and then I guess butt dial again. Then there's the Canton Library video, which perfectly captures the intersection in the middle of town that Karen would have driven through on her way back to John's house. If she had just hit John with her car, then her taillight would be visibly broken on that surveillance video and they could nail her. The IT director, Louis Jutras, gave state police a share file with all the footage from that night, which Proctor then burned onto a CD. When he did that, the footage from the 2-minute window where Reed drove by was mysteriously missing. You got that? It recorded everything except for when the woman with the allegedly broken taillight drove by. How convenient. But the library wasn't the only place that surveillance videos that could have shown the condition of Reed's taillight as she drove back to John's house. There's hundreds of homes along the way, many of which have Ring cameras. Did police ask any of these homeowners to look at them? I randomly stopped and asked a homeowner who told me no one ever asked him for his.
What is it you need to know now?
So I was just wondering, did the state police ever come by here and ask for Ring camera footage from the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, they haven't.
They haven't.
Normally, police canvass all over town asking for Ring and other surveillance videos, but the murder of a Boston cop wasn't worthy of that sort of effort, apparently.
Well, normally, I could argue. Now, if you don't know, I hope I'm coming up as my right color. This is what I look like. I'm African American, okay? I don't know if you can tell that. And anyway, in my community, it is an argument that we say our dead are not investigated in the same way someone else's community's dead persons are. It is an argument, and that we even have a case about this now, where a young girl was 13 and missing, and police were not looking for her, but the family was, and the family found her, and she had been SA'd. So we have an argument that there is injustice and imbalance relative to the investigation of one versus another. But what I would totally assume to be true is any investigation of a police officer would be handled with the utmost care, and there would never be a point in time where a collection of data would be absent, especially door knocking and talking to the neighbors and trying to collect footage from any type of camera, surveillance camera, security camera, or talking to the homeowners and finding out if they were home during such time. Did they hear any commotion? Did they see anything? These are standard things done long before Ring was invented, long before security cameras were invented. This was a part of investigation from God knows how long ago. And so for them not to employ those tactics and that procedure when it comes to the death of a police officer means, like I said before, like it was said many a time, outsider is not someone that doesn't live in the area. He only lived 3 miles away. There is something deeper to the outsider term than just they don't live in the area or they're liberals from another state. I get that. I get having mouthy people like me with big ideas coming to your town trying to tell you how to live and do. That's rude. I get that point. That would be rude. I understand that you wouldn't like that. But John O'Keefe was not that outsider such as that. He still was an outsider though. He was not from Boston Police in the terms of his whole life generationally. He had transferred from one police station to the other. He was not outside of the area. He lived 3 miles away, but he wasn't much of your fellow officer because you did nothing. No true investigation. You didn't say officer down. You didn't have the cavalry show up, even though a whole lot of people showed. But I mean, everybody, every house, Brian Albert, if that was one of his friends on the force, he would have been outside talking to everybody. What happened? Who did it? What's going on? The chief of police is across the street. He would have been outside. What's going on? Da, da, da. You would have knocked on every door, got everybody's statements, everybody's ring camera, everybody's security. You would have been drowning in evidence. So it wouldn't be, oh, we found tail light. Oh, she did it. Done. It would be like at 12:30 and 2 seconds, the car went back. See, here's the video. It would be point by point, bit by bit. We talked to 25 neighbors and they all heard screaming matches. You can't have that evidence because it doesn't exist. But to get to this conclusion, you would not have a piece of evidence or your word for it. You would have all the evidence in the world, because there's no point of doing an investigation for murder, for accidental death, manslaughter, drunk driving against a police officer and only have your word. You would have everybody's word, everybody's account, every neighbor's ring, every neighbor's evidence, everybody.
They knew Reed's taillight wasn't broken at 12:35, and they knew that asking to look at videos would exonerate her. Inside the house, when Karen Reed left, were Matt McCabe.
I don't understand the library, though. I don't. I've never turned over evidence and not had a copy for myself. I've never done that. I don't understand giving your only copy to the police. You send a copy. You may make a copy and send the original or give them the original, but you always would have your own copy and you would have a file. You would be like, this is what I produced in case that officer dies and another officer picks up the case. I can't find the file that you gave. Did you ever talk to officer so and so? I did. Here, I'll make you a copy. Like, you would have copies. I don't understand how that security is only one copy, the only one copy given to the police, and now all of a sudden we don't know what happened at the time that her car drove by. I would be able to testify because I would press play. You want what time from what time? Why do you want that time? Let me see if I have a recording of that. I would see if I have a recording of that time. How do you know? How do you say, well, here's January 29th, here you go. Here's January 30th, here you go. I would be like, well, shoot, did my machine work during that time? Let me press play and see.
Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Brian Higgins, and Albert Jr.'s friend, Sarah Levinson. But for some reason, people didn't question Nagel or Levinson until 9 months after Roki's death, and Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., and several others until 18 months later, despite the fact that they all would have likely heard or seen a murder less than 50 feet from where they were standing.
Less than 50 feet from where they were standing. Supposedly he was killed. They would have seen it. They were not interviewed in short time frame. They were not interviewed because they all of a sudden found out all these other people came around and they didn't know before. They weren't interviewed until the defense made it a deal. The defense didn't make it a deal until the FBI made it a deal. Like, people did things because they were getting in trouble. So they're like, oh, let's do some casework now. So we did none before. Let's do some now. And 9 months is 9 months. It's almost a year. 18 months is 1 year and 6 months. Remember that. That's 1 year and 6 months. Can you imagine someone asking you what you did at a birthday party 1 year and 6 months ago? Let me think about so 1 year ago, this is 2025. So 2024, I had a birthday. And then, but I had my birthday's in the later of the year. So it would be 2023. They would be asking me about that birthday because we're in May. So yeah, that's about a year, 6 months ago. So that would be 2023. What did I do for my birthday? My birthday, not somebody else's birthday. What did I do for my birthday? 2023, 1 year and 6 months ago, 18 months. What did I do? I don't know. I'm not lying to you. I don't know. I don't remember. I had cake. And okay, I had a birthday. I had cake. I don't know. I don't know what was my birthday gift 1 year and 6 months ago? Well, I actually celebrate my birthday all month long. I get all kinds of gifts. And so typically I got Starbucks gifts, I got gift cards. I got my ring. I got one of my wedding rings. I think that's the year I got my other wedding ring. Okay, so I did get that. I upgraded a ring. Okay, got some jewelry. Okay. I did that. I got that. What did I do? I don't know. I think I had dinner. What dinner did I have? I don't know. Who came over? Family came over. Did they come over that night, the 16th, or Saturday, Sunday? Like, when did you actually celebrate your birthday? Was it on the day or the other day? Oh, I just told you when my birthday was. I was trying to avoid that. But nonetheless, I don't know. I don't know if they came on the day or the day after or whatever. I don't know. I don't remember. As a matter of fact, did they even come or did they just send their gift? Because I think 1 year someone didn't come and they sent their gift with someone else. Fine by me. But I don't remember a year and 6 months ago. My birthday. Don't you dare ask me about somebody else's birthday. And as a matter of fact, I was talking to someone, it was about a year, maybe 2 years ago. And I said, oh, that birthday party was so nice. I really like the backdrop. I want to do that. And I was talking to them about it. They were looking. He goes, no, that wasn't a birthday party. We did it. That was the graduation celebration. That wasn't the birthday. The birthday party was the one we did at the house. And that was this and this and this. had confused one celebration to the next. And you are investigating a murder, and you want to interview people a year and a half later to find out what they remember. Well, thankfully, they remembered that a 6-foot tall man walked into the house from the front door and was never seen again after. There's even a time where someone in the car remembers that when they left, they drove by and they saw a blob on the ground. Okay. And they said, hey, what was that? It looks like a body. And Jen McCabe goes, oh no, pass the peanut butter. Let's make sandwiches. Aren't you hungry?
Proctor had no interest in speaking with any of these people. Not a single person inside the house reported hearing a man who was invited over the house being hit by a car outside. Matt and Jen McCabe testified that they were looking out the window frequently. Matt McCabe even said that he saw V-shaped tire tracks in the snow. Remarkably, neither of them noticed John O'Keefe's body on the front lawn. John was 6'2", 220 and was found just 10 feet from the curb. Yet not a single person saw his body as they drove directly past where the Commonwealth claims O'Keefe's body was, which would have been illuminated by the bright white snow. They all had their own excuses for that, including peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
I don't know why I didn't pause. Okay. So this is the snow. I say, I don't know if it was this much snow, but you know what? Let's just agree. Let's stipulate and agree. This much snow is on the ground. Look at the ground, people. This is the height of the mailbox, because this is a mailbox. And so I would say this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet, 4 to 5 feet tall of a mailbox. This is, I have no idea. But if this is 5 feet and we're saying this is 5 feet, let's just say I don't think it's 5 feet. It's probably like 4 feet. But let's just say it's 5 feet. Give it all of the benefit of the doubt. This is about a 2 feet difference. So this is about 3 feet. And this non-curb curby thing and this pile of snow thing, this is an evidence and indication that the snow plow came by. And it plowed and pushed the snow to the side so that the main parts of the road could have drivability. They did that. So here is my question. Does a 6-foot man lying in this snow right here or right there or right there or right there, I don't care where you put him. There's a 6-foot man. Is he long enough to look out of place if he's lying in the snow? Is he thick enough to look out of place if he's lying in the snow? My perception is yes. He's 222 pounds, 6 feet. There's nothing skinny about this dude. He's not small, right? So he's not short. He's not skinny. So if he's lying down, he's gonna be lying down and be long enough to make this ground look weird. And he's gonna be thick enough to make it look like, well, what the heck is that? And someone said a blob. I don't know how blobs just happen to be in snow. So that makes you even go, wait, what is that in the street? What is that on the lawn? But nobody saw anything on the lawn that looked out of the ordinary. So to you, the 6 feet, 222 pounds, lying on a flat bed such as this, you know, it's flat enough. I mean, I know that it looks like it has some heels, some small heel because it's a yard, but it's not the hillside, okay? It's flat ground. So would that look out of the ordinary to you? Would that look weird to you? If that was in the midst of this atmosphere, do you think you would have seen it? I say you would have. I say I would have. I don't know what I would have done about it, but I definitely would have been like, yeah, there was something there. I didn't know what that was. I called the I called the Alberts and was like, hey, you have something on your yard. I don't know if it's the dog. Maybe it's the dog is dead on the yard. Hey, is your dog out? You got your dog? Because something on your yard looks very out of place.
Illuminated by the bright white snow.
Yeah, you would think he would be illuminated because your headlights work, right? So your headlights are on. You're getting some of the side way. You even see the door of the other house or a house. So consequently, a man in the middle of the snow, you're going to see him. Even if snow has hit him, you're going to see him because it didn't cover him. Look how thick the snow is on the ground. Remember this is not a full sidewalk. You know, this is like where the grass meets the road. There is no sidewalk really here. There's no stop really. So it's just maybe what, an inch right here, 2 inches put together here. And then it's pretty flat. I can see some trees. I can see some, indentations. But if there was a person here, I would see it. I know it. I just feel like I would. So what about you? Do you feel like you would see a person?
They all had their own excuses for that, including peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Then there's Tristan Morris and Caitlin Albert. Tristan was at the waterfall with his girlfriend Caitlin, but left early to go back to their apartment in East End and sleep for a couple hours before waking up to plow. Caitlin planned on staying the night at her parents' house at 34 Fairview Road. But for some unexplained reason, Tristan was woken up in the middle of the night by Caitlin, who told him to come and pick her up. What happened to change your plans? Perhaps a Boston police officer was beaten to death inside the home that she was supposed to sleep in that night.
I don't think Caitlin is involved in that way. I don't, but it works. I don't know that she's involved in that way. I think she's just a spoiled brat and she wanted to go home. And they were like, aren't you going home? Because, it's going to be boring here. They could have encouraged her, but I don't think she was like, oh, you guys have a dead body, so let me get out of here. I think they either embarrassed Brian Jr. enough that his friends would want to go, or embarrass their kids enough that they didn't want to be around, the embarrassing parents, or they encouraged her to go home. And she's so spoiled that Tristan just went ahead and picked her up because that's what she wanted him to do. And he'd rather do that and have peace in his life than to argue about how stupid it is. You made him drive 40 miles to house to come back to pick you up to take you again. And now he has to get up in the morning. No, I just think she's just spoiled.
In Michael Lang's police report, it says that he spoke with Brian and Nicole Albert, who told him that Caitlin Albert left at 12:15 with Tristan. Conveniently, this would have gotten her out of the house before John and Karen arrived, and thus police would have no reason to question her. But after Caitlin and her parents received a summons from the FBI to testify at the federal grand jury, the Alberts were advised by their attorney, Greg Henning, not to lie about when they left, because the feds already knew the answer to that. Caitlin admitted that Tristan did not pick her up until 1:45, and when Brian Albert was asked about the 12:15 time in Lank's report, Albert blamed Lank for writing down the wrong time. If police knew that Tristan had picked up Caitlin at 1:45, it would make Tristan a witness, since he would have driven right past where John O'Keefe was allegedly dying of hypothermia. At trial, Tristan claimed that he never saw a body on the lawn because he was distracted, just like everyone else who left the house.
So, he wrote down the wrong time. Proctor or whoever this guy is, they have written down wrong times all over the place. They wrote down the wrong time of having the car. That was off by an hour plus. They wrote down the wrong time of the witness leaving. That's a whole hour difference. There's a lot of improper time data collection. This becomes less of a coincidence and more of a concerted effort, because 12:45 versus 1:45 is a big deal. Could you have gotten that wrong? Yeah, you could have, because you just didn't put the 2 down. But when you get down to the fact of when you collected Karen Reed's car and you say you collected it at 5:45 or something, or 5:30, when actually you had it at 4:12, the numbers don't even make sense to be that different. If you wrote down 5:15 and it was 5:45, then it's like, I didn't do the rest of the 4. I meant 5:45. That's my bad. There is a reasonable improper writing. But to say 412 or 421 versus 545, those numbers don't come, they don't make sense to be written wrong. So this looks more like a concerted effort, not just, a mistaken or a typo.
That night. The more people involved in a conspiracy, the harder it is for everyone to keep their story straight. This is why Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe went out of their way to say that their kids had all left before John and Karen arrived. Less people to interview means less people to tell a different version of events of the story. After Jennifer McCabe got home from dropping
benefit of the doubt as a mother, I don't want you to talk to my kids either unless you have to. So if they really weren't there, I too would have been like, nope, they're not there. So benefit of the doubt, but she doesn't deserve it. But just in essence, that's reasonable. But it's okay because the rest of the evidence proves that Karen didn't do it.
Off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, her Apple Health data shows that she went upstairs and was pacing around all morning. Her heart rate shows that she never went to sleep. So
listen to this. Gosh, I should slow him down, huh? I must have him sped up. Did I speed him up? No, I didn't. I'm going to take him down just a little bit. I want you to hear this. Hear this for yourself. Think about what he's saying right here. Think about this for yourself. And then I'll tell you what I'm hearing. And you think if you heard the same thing.
Data shows that she went upstairs and was Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Her Apple Health data shows that she went upstairs.
Okay. I want to get to who the she is.
John and Karen arrived. Less people to interview means less people to tell a different version of events of the story. After Jennifer McCabe got home from dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
After Jennifer McCabe got home from dropping off Susan and Sarah, she dropped the girls off. Now she's home. We're talking about Jennifer McCabe.
Her Apple Health data shows that she went upstairs and was pacing around all morning.
Her Apple Health data, Jen McCabe's Apple Health data, says she went upstairs pacing all morning. Why? Why? How? Why? How? Like, why? Why, Jen? Why are you pacing all morning? Okay, let me see something.
When I started thinking, laughed at me. When I saw how
I thought I wasn't recording. You guys could see me. Okay. Says I'm recording. Okay, good. I found what I was looking for. I didn't think I would find what I was looking for. So we were at Turtleboy's YouTube channel, and we saw where he stated that Jen McCabe goes home, walks up her flights of stairs, and is pacing all night, all morning, the whole time, never goes to sleep in accordance to her Apple Health data collected from, I believe, her Apple Watch or whatever, her Apple phone. I don't know. But based on her Apple Health data, Jen McCabe's Apple Health data, she goes up a flight of stairs and paces for hours. Hours. For hours she's pacing. This is what she testified to in court. And I didn't think I would find it. I found it. Maybe you saw me find it. I don't know. Let's see. But I want you to hear it. I don't think you heard it.
Anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they make
I know what Matt is focusing on. Her testimony is that she's turned around. She's in the front passenger seat. She's turned around, facing the people in the back, talking to them, chatting with them. They're laughing and carrying on. And Matt is focusing on driving. How do you know that? Maybe Matt is looking at his phone and moving his car around. Maybe his focus is not completely on driving. How do you know where he's focused on? I would have objected, but whatever. It's bigger things to deal with her.
Chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
To know what we know and to hear her say she's laughing with the girls, I believe she is laughing with the girls because she's trying to keep the spirits up, make it seem like everything's okay. We're taking them home. So they take Jennifer Nagel home first. She goes home first.
After you drop off Miss Nagel, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots?
After you drop off the young women in separate spots, not that Brennan isn't a slow talker already, but let's just slow this down just a minute. What happens next, Miss McCabe?
Where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack.
I thought you had snacks in the car. Matt makes himself a snack. Does he though? Does he really? Does he make a snack or does he make a phone call? But anyway, he makes himself a snack. She goes upstairs to bed. So her Apple Health data was right. She went upstairs. So don't give me Apple Health data is incorrect. It doesn't know what it's doing. She drove up a hill and that's where she registered a flight of stairs. No, she testified. I went home, I went upstairs, I went to bed. She lied. She is certified consistently a liar. Liar.
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
She's so fidgety. Do you stay up at all? Why is she so fidgety to that? Why is that so fidgety? Why are you so uncomfortable with when that questioning about do you stay up at all? Yeah, I stayed up. You stayed up. You Googled on your phone. That's reasonable. I'm in my bed. I'm on my phone. I'm Googling stuff. I'm watching stuff. I'm playing solitaire. I'm playing Candy Crush, whatever people play. I'm doing it in my bed. Okay, those are all reasonable things. But it's a lie. You're not in your bed Googling. You're pacing around your bedroom Googling. And pacing around gives more indication that you have something truly on your mind, not that you're trying to wind down and bore yourself half to death to go to sleep, but you're pacing. And you didn't just pace for a little bit because you wanted to change your clothes and you had to go over here and go over there to get this and that and brush your teeth and come back and da da da. You're pacing for hours.
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what?
A couple of Google searches. Did you know? Really? Because I thought it was just one Google search. I thought it was one Google search for the hockey team or whatever team, and that Google search turns into another Google search later in the morning. But right here, slip up number 5020, she does a couple of Google searches.
What were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night, and it was a very good game, so I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team, so we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27, that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites.
So that was a lovely setup by Brennan to get her to lie about her searches. But I don't think he's trying to get her to lie. I think that's just her lie. And so he needed the evidence, but she's clearly lying. And she's saying, I was in my bed. I went up, changed, got in bed. I'm in my bed. And she wasn't. She was walking around for hours. She didn't go to sleep at all. And then Brennan makes it sound like, oh, you didn't go to sleep, but you didn't go to sleep kind of like because you were Google searching in your bed, because you were in your bed. So you weren't asleep, you were on your phone in your bed. But the truth is, you didn't go to bed. You were in your room walking around for hours, frantic, most likely. Much like Karen Reed was when she found the bodies. She was losing her mind. You are a little more composed in your actions, even those of high stress situations, because when you're on 911 phone calls, you have a very calm demeanor in the middle of an emergency, whether that is your nature or if that is because you're just doing a cover-up. I don't know. But either way, you're not yelling and running around. But according to your Apple Health data at 2-something in the morning, you're pacing. You're not asleep. You never go to sleep. From 2-something in the morning, you don't go to sleep. Karen calls you 4 or 5 in the morning, and you're still not asleep. But you had nothing on your mind, huh? It was just a regular day of fun. You drank all night. You're not sleepy?
Her heart rate shows that she never went to sleep. Something was on her mind. Then, at 2:27 and 40 seconds, she Googled the most incriminating thing she could possibly have Googled. How long to die in cold? Except she spelled it Hauslong to die in cold. Why would she Google this if she thought John O'Keefe had decided to go home with Karen Reed and never went inside?
This right here is such BS, yo. This is so crazy to me. It's like, okay, it's so clear your husband is not butt dialing people in order. He's having a phone call. He's not making a snack. You just gave him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich talking about snack. And then your health data says that you're walking around pacing for hours and you never go to sleep all night. But yet it was an A-okay, no problem day. Nothing happened, nothing out of the ordinary. Your phone says you make a Google search that you want to know how long does it take to die in the cold. But there's nothing out of the ordinary of any part of your day at that time. So for our public who's like, what's wrong with people? Why are they like so upset? Do you now get it? Do you see why people are upset? Do you understand now why we don't believe Karen Reed did it and why we are so all across this nation upset that they're trying to pin this on Karen Reed when clearly they had something to do with it? I don't necessarily think I don't think her husband is the reason why John is dead. But I think her husband and her are the reason why we don't know why John is dead. I think they're a part of covering it up.
By Brian Albert's house. She had to have known that the plan was to put O'Keefe's body out on the lawn to make it look like he had died from hypothermia after being struck by a car. McCabe must have realized it was a huge mistake to Google this because the Celebrate extraction report of her phone shows that she deleted the search along with 18 phone calls made that morning. Oh,
I'm sorry. Everything was so normal. At 2:27 in the morning, she made 18 phone calls. Those had to be deleted. It was so normal. She was just trying to find out about the basketball offer for her children and find out if that's a good school or club for her to be a part of. And she was researching that at 2:27 a.m. in the morning. 2:27, that's what she was Google searching. Even though the Google search said that she wanted to find out how long he had to be in the cold before he died, that's not what she was looking for. She was talking and looking at basketball stuff. That Google was wrong, but she deleted it. If it were wrong, how and why did you delete it? Why? Why would you delete it?
In order to cover her tracks, she planned to Google the same thing the same exact way after O'Keefe's body was found because it would be more explainable after finding out he was lying in the snow. She ended up doing this at 6:24 but claims Karen Reed was the one who told her to do this while John O'Keefe was being wheeled into the ambulance. However, according to Sergeant Good's testimony, Karen Reed was alone in a car at 6:24 and dash camera footage confirms this. Jennifer McCabe was trying to cover her tracks. The answer to Jen's question is 1 to 2 hours. That's all it would take for a person to die from hypothermia in an 18-degree snowstorm. If Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her car at 12:32, then he should have been dead when his body was discovered at 6 a.m. But he wasn't, so he couldn't have been out there for very long.
He says that he wasn't dead at 6 in the morning. I don't know how he comes to that determination because I don't know any of the evidence or the testimony that says that he was still alive. I know they were trying to do chest compressions, trying to give CPR. I don't know that anyone ever testified that he was responsive. I think everyone said his body was cold in temperature. So I don't know. I'm not certain to that, but that is according to Turtleboy's recollection, not mine. And you can let me know if you agree, if that's the witness testimony that came in. I don't even think we've gotten to the EMTs. It's probably the problem. It's probably the year-old testimony I'm trying to recount and remember because we haven't gotten many professionals on the sands yet, Brennan.
Should have been dead when his body was discovered at 6 a.m. But he wasn't, so he couldn't have been out there for very long. Jennifer McCabe handed her phone over to police just days after O'Keefe's death, and the contents were all extracted by Detective Garino. Nowhere in Garino's report did it mention anything about a deleted Google search for Hoss Long to Die in Cold.
What did I say he was? Expert of what? Nothing. Expert of nothing. I could do better. He uses a system that supposedly has a flaw that he doesn't understand that the main system he's extracting has 3 different timestamps, doesn't know how to search for those timestamps, never contacts Apple to say, hey, yo, what's up with your programming? He does the extraction with Celebrite, and he never finds deleted text messages. Like, is he employed anywhere? Like, you couldn't work at Walmart, as far as I was concerned. But that's just me, because I have vitriol for you. I don't care for you at all, because you are a liar on the stand, covering up whatever you think you're covering up. To me, I'd say conspiracy to conceal evidence regarding a murder. I don't think Brian Albert killed John O'Keefe. I don't think he did. But at this point, maybe he did. Like, I don't know. Who knows? But it wasn't Karen Reed. It wasn't a car. He didn't die from car wounds. There's no car wounds. Nothing from a car. There's no car, nothing. No plastic from the taillight was found on John O'Keefe. None of it was found on him. He has scratch marks. There's no glass that's in there. There's no pieces of taillight that's in there. There was DNA found on her car, but it wasn't blood. Like, I don't think it was even blood of his. Like, it's like, and they dated, so he washed the car. Like, he wiped the snow off the car before, whatever. Maybe when they left the waterfall, if you say it was snowing, because God knows y'all are telling me it was a blizzard for 5 years, so maybe he had to wipe some snow off her car. If not snow, maybe he had to wipe some water off her windows so that she could see and drive. My husband does that. We don't have snow where I live. But in the morning time, if I get up early in the morning, he takes a towel and he wipes the windows down. It's not just to defrost. No, my husband puts in some elbow grease and wipes it down out of love for me and the children. So when we get in the car, we can see. So maybe O'Keefe did that when they were leaving Waterfall. There's nothing definitive that says that he was hit by the car. There's no dent. There's no pieces of the car on him. There's, in all of his wounds, there's nothing of a car or glass or plastic of any sort in all of his wounds. In his scratches, there's DNA of an animal. So it's an animal scratch. It's an animal that penetrated his skin. Which animal? I'll let you argue it for yourself. But there's DNA from an animal. His black eyes. There's no car wound from there. It's not one black eye, it's two. His defensive wound. Defensive wound for what? What are you defending from? Being hit. Okay. By a car? Oh no, there's no car glass. There's no car there. Being hit by a person because you have black eyes sounds reasonable, right? He has everything that points to a fight.
2:27 a.m. In fact, it didn't show the 624 search for the same thing either.
He doesn't have the 227 search. He doesn't have the 6-something a.m. search. He is not an expert at all. At all. Boston, fire him. Every PD station in the land, don't hire him. They have this transfer fire that they do. They don't fire you. They just transfer you to another department. Don't even do that. Like, he's unemployable. He has no integrity whatsoever for the truth.
And as it turned out, Guarino has a history of manipulating Cellbrite data extraction reports. In February of 2021, a pregnant woman named...
You don't say, Turtleboy. Here's another thing where I said, maybe it was just like an Alberts thing. Maybe it was just a McCabe thing. Maybe this is just a family protecting Colin, protecting family, protecting friend Brian Higgins, protecting their household thing. And I said that is kind of dispelled because this is more like of a this is the culture of the department of the PD. This is why I say that. This case right here is against the quote unquote expert who's the detective, Guarino. So this is what we're going to find out about his history and his lying ways.
Named Sandra Birchmore was found dead in her Canton apartment, in what state police, many of whom were involved in the Reed investigation, immediately determined was a suicide by hanging with a belt. Birchmore was last visited in her apartment by 6'4" Stoughton Police Detective Matthew Farwell, who had impregnated her and wasn't happy about it due to the fact that he was married.
Gosh, he's going so fast. He's going so fast. Okay. I love the fact that he's speaking so fast, but I don't want you to like fall asleep because he's speaking so fast. She was determined to have committed suicide because she was hung by a belt. But what he doesn't say is that it wasn't like she was hung from up a closet or a certain. She was supposed to be hung by a closed door. So maybe you've heard this story, because I heard this evidence before, but I didn't know that this was. I didn't think about it being Boston. I didn't think it had anything to do with Garino or anybody else until Turtleboy until I saw this today. Well, earlier today. I saw it, I think like late last night, earlier today. That I was like, oh my God, that's the guy. Like, I remember that guy. This guy here, this tall guy, is like a police officer. He has an inappropriate relationship with a minor because she's 15 when they start having sexual relations, and she ends up getting pregnant in her 20s. He wants nothing to do with it. She's like, fine, I will have this baby on my own, because he wants her to get rid of it. And she refuses. He has a wife, and his wife is pregnant, so he's getting everybody pregnant at the same time. And she was a minor when they started interacting. She was depressed because I think she was a part of the certain kind of like academy thing where she wanted to be an officer, and she was depressed by their relationship. Because this is her first love, and she doesn't realize that he's predatorial and he's too old for her. Can't tell sometimes you can't tell young people that, like, that person's too old for you. They're taking advantage of you. She doesn't feel that way. She feels in love and she wants to be with him. He does not want to be with her. As a result of her denying to have an abortion, he kills her. But in the beginning of the investigation, no one thinks anything of it, because they say she was suicidal, she had depression, and it looks like she killed herself, hanging herself from a doorknob.
Married with 2 kids and was about to have a third. Farwell met Birchmore when he was working in the Stoughton High School Explorers program. She was just 15 years old when he started having sex with her, and 23 when she died. But Farwell was never treated as a real suspect, just as the people inside Brian Albert's house were never treated as suspects. He handed over his phone to Garino, who said that he couldn't retrieve 32,709 text messages between Birchmore and Farwell.
Expert of nothing. He can't retrieve 32,000 text messages using a computer system. Expert of nothing.
Much like he couldn't find Jennifer McCabe's Google searches because they were deleted too. But Cellbrite extracts deleted messages and Google searches as well. Luckily, the FBI ended up looking into the case and found all the deleted.
Thank you to the FBI. So, Jen McCabe's whole thing of, I talked to them, I helped them out very much because they're no longer investigating that investigation. It's closed. Really? It's closed? I don't think they're done. I think they are like, we're going to let you testify, and we're going to let this case come to a close. Because when you're done lying on the stand for the 18th time in your life, we have more evidence against you.
Messages showing that Farwell was into violent rape fantasies. In August of 2024, he was arrested by the FBI for murder. If it was up to Garino, the Canton Police, and Lieutenant John Fanning, another one of Proctor's bosses who was in charge of the Birchmore investigation, Farwell would still be walking the streets today. The Google search was not discovered until April of 2023 when Reed's forensic expert Richard Green found it. This is what ultimately caught my attention and led to widespread publicity that the case wasn't getting before. Like many, I assumed the DA's office was run by ethical people who wouldn't knowingly prosecute an innocent woman, especially when there was evidence that someone inside the house was responsible for John's murder. But I underestimated just how corrupt they were and just how determined they were to get Karen Reed. 2 days after my first article reached millions of people and outrage was spreading over the case, the DA's office announced they weren't dropping the charges and would be disputing the 227 Google search, which they claimed never happened. But how could they know this on April 20th, 2023 if they hadn't hired their own expert yet?
Any comment on that? Why you Googled that at 227?
So the reason why he says, how do they know this, is not just because he's being cheeky. The reality is, according to them, it didn't exist. Their expert, Garino, said it didn't exist. So it was Karen Reed's expert that found it. So how do they know that it never happened, or that they have the ability to dispute it or whatever? Because if another expert says it's found, then it was found. How do you know that it's not real?
Any comment, Mr. McCabe? Any comment? How can you show your face in court? Aren't you embarrassed? Aren't you ashamed? What are you hiding? What did you do? Why did you delete all those phone calls, Ms. McCabe? Why did you delete all those phone calls? Why did you delete your Google search?
The Google search was not discovered until April of 2023 when Reed's forensic expert Richard Green found it. This is what ultimately caught my attention and led to widespread publicity that the case wasn't getting before. Like many, I assumed the DA's office was run by ethical people who wouldn't knowingly prosecute an innocent woman, especially when there was evidence that someone inside the house was responsible for John's murder. But I underestimated just how corrupt they were and just how determined they were to get Karen Reed. 2 days after my first article reached millions of people and outrage was spreading over the case, the DA's office announced they weren't dropping the charges and would be disputing the 227 Google search, which they claimed never happened. But how could they know this on April?
This is the video. He's repeating it. I think it was just clipped that way. I did not go back.
20th, 2023, if they hadn't hired their own expert yet. Over the next 6 months, they went searching for experts who would tell them what they wanted to hear. Jennifer McCabe might not have Googled horse long to dying cold at 2:27 a.m. 2 months later, they found Jessica Hyde, whose report left open the possibility that the search may have happened at 2:27. Unsatisfied, they somehow came across a former Calgary, Alberta police officer named Ian Whiffen, who worked for Cellbrite and was promoting his new app called ArtX. Whiffen
This becomes the part where it's like experts who are good don't make evidence fit a narrative. They just let evidence and data be, and whatever it explains, it explains. They don't make it fit. And this is why he disturbs me so much, because not only did he make it fit, he turned around and made a replica to show you that it fits. Who tested his experiment? No one. Did he talk to Apple? No. Did anyone else go through the same experiment as he did with him, like double checking his work? No.
Green lights updates to Cellbrite software and was able to make sure that the 227 Google search did not come up on the updated version. He spent much of his testimony promoting his own app, which Cellbrite did not endorse. Somehow, the Commonwealth knew on April 20th that 7 months later, they would have an expert from Canada who would reach this conclusion. Karen Reed was furious with her boyfriend for ignoring her calls and texts and leaving her alone to watch John's niece. She fell asleep sometime around 1:30 and woke up at 4:30. This time, her emotions changed from angry to worried. John would never not come home to his niece and nephew, and he would never ignore that many phone calls from Reed. He was drunk, the weather conditions were dangerous, and she began to become extremely worried that something horrible happened. She woke up John's niece and used her phone to call.
And she also said, because like I said, I think she thinks he would have been walking home. There's no real clear evidence as to what the agreement was. Like, was she supposed to go back and pick him up, or was he getting a ride from someone else? But she acts like she thinks he would have been walking home or something. But nonetheless, when she does wake up and he's not there, she's frantic because she knows this is completely out of character for her. And a part of what she says is, oh my God, he must be dead. Or I think he's dead. I think a plow hit him. Like, she's immediately feeling like he was hit. And people are taking that now to say that that's because she did it. I don't think that was her presentation. Her presentation at the time was, what do you think could have happened? What could have happened? There's no reason for him to not be here. He would have been here. And if he's some guy walking in the snow and a plowman doesn't see him, would he have gotten hit by them? And they're like, that doesn't make sense. The plow would see him because they have all the lights. What are you talking about? Girl, go to bed. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Shut up.
Jennifer McCabe at 4:53 a.m., who was awake and had never gone to sleep all night for some reason. By that point, John's body hadn't been on the lawn for very long, if it was even there at all. Jen needed to delay Karen from...
She didn't wake them up. Oh, you know what I want to know? Oh, let's see. Did I erase her? I might have erased her. Hold on, let me see if I can find something. Because we found something before, didn't we? Let me see if I can, oh, I think I erased her. All right, let me see if I can figure it out. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pause. Hey, y'all. Hey. Oh my God. I didn't play something because I thought this was over, but there's more. Okay, CBS News Boston, thank you. There's more. Listen to this.
After you were looking at websites for your child sports with regular searches that one would do.
So, this is her testimony. She went up to bed. She's in bed. She's messing around with her phone. She does a couple searches relative to the basketball information. She's checking out what's going on because she's kind of bored, almost going to sleep in the bed, not quite sleep yet. Reasonable.
Was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
Remarkable.
After you were looking at websites for your child sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any...
Look at her lie. Look at the way she lies. It's like, what do you want for breakfast, honey? It's such an easy lie. Oh, an omelet will be good. Just want an omelet, maybe a mimosa. Very simple, nothing nefarious, nothing out of ordinary. It's such a blatant lie.
Looking at websites for your child sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
Look at her. She knows she's lying. I put my phone down and went to sleep. Then she starts crunching her mouth up like, that one. I got that one out. Ooh, don't catch me there.
And up to that.
And she licks her lips. And now she's biting her lip. All lying. I'm no expert. Doesn't she look like she's lying to you? I mean, one more time, just for the people in the back.
What did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any...
So there was a time where one of the troopers or someone was testifying and they did a big gulp. It was like, oh, wow, you're okay. You don't even believe what you're saying. You're petrified, right? That's this equivalent for her. She has gotten the lie out. I put my phone down and I went to sleep. She squinches her mouth. She licks her lips. She bites her lip. And then she brings her lip back out. That to me is the equivalent of a big gulp. We know that's a lie because her Apple Health data says she never went to sleep. She never went to bed. She, for hours, was pacing in movement, going places in her house.
Discord or...
See that gulp? Oh. See that? See that whole body? Mm. Damn, girl. Oh. And I think she lies this hard and this much because it's her nephew. That is the only explanation for me why she is so vehemently, because I know Jackson and everybody else is like, oh, it's the family. But I mean, there's just adulthood that you're just like, okay, adults did things, they need to pay the consequence. Leave me out of it. I didn't see nothing. I don't know what happened. But she's overly exerting her energy to lie because it's a kid and they don't want a kid to go to jail for life. That is what it is. That's what it is for me. Higgins, why would she care if Higgins went to jail if it was just Higgins? The nephew has to be involved. To me, there's no reason for her to be so invested in this lie, except for the fact the nephew was involved. I don't think she would care that much if it was Brian Albert Sr. I think she'd be like, okay, Nicole, what are we gonna do? Because I guess your man going to jail. I'm not lying for him, but it's a kid. That is where I think it's like the kids can't go to jail. We got to protect the kids. You can't let the kids go to jail. You can't let Colin go to jail.
Child sports, what did you do?
I have to just see this over because I didn't recognize this before. I didn't have the information from Dr. Turtleboy. I have to see it again.
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or...
See that gulp? A whole body shift of, and a big gulp. God, girl. Wow. And someone said that it's a big Catholic town. Well, I don't know if there's enough Hail Marys, but that's not my job. My job is not to, I don't have hell to send anybody to. I don't get a vote. Girlfriend, your whole world, your whole life, your eternal life is right here on the stand with you right now. When you get to the gate, what are you going to say to Peter? How are you going to justify this right here? How in the world do you think this is going to go?
Fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Oh.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly.
That's her pacing. She got up to use the bathroom. Pacing all night long and getting up to go to the bathroom is not the same thing.
To go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee, John's niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, basically she relayed to me that,
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes.
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
It was a woman.
How loud was that person screaming?
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
Okay. And who's that person that was screaming in the background?
They to me that...
Okay, I got distracted. I missed what I wanted to get to on this information. I really want to hear what she says woke her up from her never going to sleep.
That peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee, John's niece. John's niece.
So she knows exactly what time that phone call happened. But all those 18 phone calls that she made when she got home, she doesn't know about that. The exact time the car left, she thinks it's 12:45, but she doesn't really know what time the car actually arrived. Any other time frames about the 506 and 507 calls? She knows about them, but they never happened. The 6 phone calls that she did to John O'Keefe's phone in the middle of the night was just nothing but butt dials, because she has all the butt in the world and it just dials phones. I mean, does she look like she got a big butt? Okay, anyway. So in all of that, 4:53, I forgot the time at this point. 4:53, she gets the phone call. Never forget it. It is the phone call.
And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that,
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes.
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
It was a woman.
How loud was that person screaming?
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
Correction on the record, this is not her niece. She is not a family member of O'Keefe or Kaylee.
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Jen! Jen!
I'm sorry. The court reporter cannot. That's not a description. Describe demeanor. Jen! Jen! Description uses descriptive words. She was screaming. She was, loud. She was anxious. Just sounded anxious to me. I thought she was anxious. Something of those natures.
And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long. Maybe possibly a few minutes.
Does she have dry mouth? She is swallowing so hard now. And I don't know why, but I know she was lying about she went to sleep. That's a flat out lie. Her whole body told me that, not to mention what the Apple Health data says. She could be swallowing really hard now because she's like, keep my composure, or she's sad or something, but she is swallowing so hard.
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Objection. How do you know what your husband thought? You can't, but I guess, the defense is like everything she says is objectionable because she's a liar and the leading questions and da-da-da-da. But that's inadmissible to speak to someone else's state of mind and what they thought.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone
There goes that biting of the lip again.
call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you awoke,
I don't even know what the heck that is. They got into the fight. That's like a story upon a story upon it. That doesn't make sense. But Jen, which is interesting enough, this is trial number 2. Okay, so trial number 2 has a whole new set of facts, because the story evolves as time goes. There's no real truth to much of what she talks about. But Jen says in the first trial, and Kerri Roberts says in the first trial, that it was Jennifer McCabe who says to Karen Reed, you did not leave him at the waterfall. You took him to my sister's house. For whatever reason, Jen no longer says that. There's a whole nother set of facts that they're going off of now. But nonetheless, that piece of information does corroborate Karen Reed's statement. Originally, her statements were, I left him at the waterfall. She's like, oh shoot, I forgot I took him to the freaking house. That's right, I took him to the freaking house. But it's Jen who reminds her. And that's a whole nother thing, because I think they stopped her from saying that this time, or she doesn't offer that piece of information at this time. And Kerri Roberts lies and says it was Karen Reed's idea to go to 34 Fairview, and she didn't want to go to 34 Fairview. And it was Robert's idea. It was Karen Reed's idea. That's not what they said the first trial. The first trial, it was Karen wanted to go to the waterfall. She kept saying, go to the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. And it was Jen McCabe that said, no, you dropped him off at my sister's house. And that was a part of the other thing of she knew John had made it to the house. So all this, he never came inside mess is a lie, because she knew that's where she dropped her off. And if I find that clip, I'll pull that up. Let me see if I can find it, because hold on. So this is trial one. This is what Kerri Roberts said in trial one.
This is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house,
Karen wanted to go to Waterfall. Roberts is like, no, you didn't drop him off there. You brought him, you pulled up at my sister's. But according to you, Jen, she never dropped her off. He never came there. So why would you go back there just because you pulled up at the sister's? It would make more sense that, hey, I didn't drop him off at your sister's house. I ended up leaving him at Waterfall, or took him back to the waterfall, or, I left him there. That makes sense for the fact that unless you knew exactly where he was, there's no reason to say, oh, you dropped him off, or let's go back to my sister's house, because according to you, he never was there. So her saying, let's go to the waterfall, you might say, yeah, but I thought you guys got in the car. That would make more sense. I saw you guys in the car. Remember, I was trying to get you to come with me, and you didn't. And then he came out and he got in the car with you. And I think you even came by my sister's house. I mean, I saw your car, but I never saw him. So did he not get in the car with you at the waterfall? Did you leave him there and he started walking around the town? That would be a little more sensible than, oh no, you pulled up at my sister's. I'm not looking for where I drove to all of my life yesterday. I'm looking for where I last left him. And according to Jen McCabe, that would be her sister's. So that's what I wanted to show you guys. That's
you guys are the same way that
it's a couple of the reminders of the testimony. We're not in trial one, so that particular testimony is not being considered as of yet, unless it comes in through another means. But the whole shenanigan from, what's her name? Jen talking about Karen really wanted to go back to my sister's house to look for him. No, she didn't. And even Jen has testified to the fact that, in fact, she said, I left him at the waterfall. And you're the person who said, no, you didn't. You didn't leave him at the waterfall. You guys came to the house. You came to my sister's house. I left him at your sister's house. No, you didn't leave him there. He was never there. No, he was never there. Yeah, okay. Prove that.
Going to 34 Fairview Road. She told Karen that John never came inside that house, but volunteered to go out looking for him with Karen. She invited Karen to come to her house, and Karen is seen backing into John's Chevy Traverse in the driveway as she went out looking for him at 5:07 a.m., cracking her rear taillight in the process. Karen went towards the waterfall bar first, then drove back towards Jen McCabe's house. Her car is seen a mile and a half from McCabe's house at 5:18 a.m., but since she didn't know Canton very well and had no idea how to get to McCabe's house, she pulled over in the Canton Cemetery, and her phone records show that she called her parents and Googled McCabe's address. She ended up getting there at 5:35 and picked up Jen, who convinced her to go back to One Meadows Ave to search the house for John, as if he would jump out of the closet and yell, "Peekaboo!" This was all part of Jen's plan to delay Karen from returning to 34 Fairview Road. Jen and Karen were met at John's house by his friend Kerri Roberts, and after searching the house without taking their shoes off, something the Commonwealth would later claim was evidence that she murdered John, the three of them jumped into Kerri's car and headed towards Fairview Road. When they arrived there, Karen immediately saw John's body on the lawn where she had been idling her car, waiting for him to call her back and say everything was okay inside. She jumped out of the car, rushed over to John, who was lying with the cell phone underneath his body, and began to perform CPR. Meanwhile, Jennifer McCabe called 911 and told them,
34 Fairview Road is getting out. There's a man passed out in the snow.
So this is Jennifer McCabe. She says she's at 34 Fairview Road. And by the way, on the official police report, it actually says 32 Fairview Road. She says 34 Fairview Road at least 3 times in this tape, and they still put 32 Fairview Road. They also don't put Brian Albert Sr.'s name on it. They just put B. Albert. He's the only one not listed out. But listen to what she says there. There's a man passed out in the snow. Now, keep in mind, who this man? No. She knows who this man is because Karen Reed has gotten out of the car already and said, "There's John." And they're literally looking for John, and they get out of the car when they see him. So she knows who it is. She said there's a man passed out in the snow. Now, keep in mind, this is a quote-unquote man who she was just with 6 hours prior. She was just with him 6 hours prior. At the very least, according to her own story, they were together at the waterfall bar. And she invited him back to that house. She says Kerri 7 times. And I think she says Jen here.
I know, I'm on the phone with Andrew. I know.
I know that sound. I know that. Listen to the fear in her voice. When Karen jumped out of the car, she was calling O'Keefe and left her phone in Kerri's car. A 4-minute voicemail was left on O'Keefe's machine that picked up McCabe's 911 call, which was immediately followed by McCabe whispering what sounded like, "No one's coming out to help." Jennifer McCabe phone records show that she called her sister Nicole Albert inside the house at 6:07 and 6:08 and spoke to her for durations of 7 and 9 seconds. Not enough time to have a conversation, but enough time to say, "Stay inside, no one's coming out to help." The first call happened at the exact time that you can hear Jennifer whispering, "No one's coming out to help." Nicole Albert was awake, and Jen McCabe was telling her to stay inside the house. For some reason, Jennifer McCabe deleted those 2 answered phone calls to her sister. But she and Nicole claimed that the 2 answered phone calls were never answered and that she never deleted them, even though Jen's phone records show that she did. Disputing forensic data is a common theme with the McAlberts and the Commonwealth. Officer Saraf was the first cop who arrived on the scene. His report says nothing about a car accident or Karen Reed uttering incriminating statements. Yet at the grand jury several months later, his story evolved, and he claimed that Reed said, "This is all my fault." Although the Canton Police were the first to respond to the scene, they were ultimately conflicted off of the case because O'Keefe's body was discovered on Brian Albert's front lawn, and Brian Albert's brother, Kevin, is a detective in the Canton Police Department. Kevin Albert is drinking buddies with Proctor, who was later reprimanded when text messages revealed that the 2 of them had done some day drinking while investigating a cold case on Cape Cod, and Kevin Albert woke up hungover and realized that he left his gun and badge in Proctor's work vehicle. Oops. Paramedics arrived shortly after Officer Saraf, which included
I just want you to think about that. Remember, Proctor said he did not know Brian Albert, but he's drinking buddies with Kevin Albert, who is related to Brian Albert. And his sister had Colin Albert, I believe is his last name, but he had Colin in her wedding. So remember we said, well, okay, maybe you don't really remember the little kid, 7-year-old, 10 years prior. That's reasonable. But you're friends with Kevin Albert, and you're at an Albert residence. It's not Kevin, but it's an Albert residence. it's very reasonable for you to be like, wait, are you related to Kevin Albert, my friend? Oh, wait, I don't know if I can take on this case. Let me talk to my superiors and see if it's okay for me to be taking on this case, because I think I know your brother. He and I are pretty close.
Included a woman named Katie McLaughlin, a close personal friend of Caitlin Albert. They graduated high school together, did cross country, and are photographed together in countless social situations up until a few months before O'Keefe's death, including trips to the beach, hot tubs, and a baby shower. Despite this, both she and Caitlin lied at the trial and said that they were just acquaintances who went to high school together. McLaughlin was one of nearly a dozen paramedics who responded to the scene, yet she was the only one police spoke with prior to Reed's arrest. On January 30th, Kevin Albert told Proctor that he wanted Proctor to interview McLaughlin and offered up Canton Police Department headquarters to do so, despite the fact that CPD was supposed to be conflicted off the case specifically because of Kevin Albert. McLaughlin told Proctor that she heard Reed say, "Hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," at the scene, while Reed was standing next to Jennifer McCabe, Officer Saraf, and McLaughlin, while O'Keefe was already in the ambulance. That was her story. There's just a couple problems with that, though. Officer Saraf, 4 other cops, and 5 other first responders testified that Karen Reed never said, "I hit him," and police dash cam footage shows that when these 4 were standing together, John wasn't in the ambulance yet. Karen was arrested.
Okay, so he's getting into details, right, that can easily be explained away, in my opinion, because a lot is going on. It's commotion. So, okay, he was in the thing, he wasn't in the thing, I don't know. The element of the EMT or the responder and the niece having a close relationship, when we had the first trial, I don't think that was really definitive, because they were like having these day celebrations or these get-togethers with other members of their high school, and they were just taking pictures together, close proximity, right next to each other. They were in the picture together. That happens. It's not far-fetched. So I'm not overly convinced that they were these close people, but I do think that Kevin Albert found out who was at the scene. Oh, these people, these are the responders at the scene. Oh, wait, this young lady went to the same high school as Caitlin, or whatever her name is. Sorry, so many names, I forgot her name, but the other young lady, my niece, my relative, whatever, they went to high school together, they may know each other. Hey, Caitlin, do you know somebody by the name of such and such, such? I think she's in my high school class. I think, yeah, I think so. Oh, okay, I figured you might know her. It's not too far-fetched for that to happen, and for the conversations to go, gosh, I can't believe that the officer is dead. Did you hear her? Like, she said she hit him and everything. And then someone goes, what? She said that? Yeah, she told Jen McCabe, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. You know, she said it at the scene, and nobody's doing anything. And then you're the responder. You hear this next to the water, the coffee machine at the office, and you think about it, and you're like, yeah, I was on that case. I remember the lady. She was going like bananas. She was saying stuff, but she said I hit him, or hit him, or did I hit him? And then after a while, all of a sudden, you're convinced to yourself, yeah, she said I hit him, I hit him. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She said it over and over again. That is how you can influence witnesses. One of the reasons why you don't let witnesses leave without getting a testimony, and you should press record to do so, on your phone, on your devices. So I don't know if it's as nefarious on the young lady's part as it could have very well been someone else planting that in her, or maybe she is a part of the scheme of things. I don't know. Just another way to look at it. That's all. Good ways to look at all of the evidence.
2 days after McLaughlin told Proctor she said, I hit him, and according to firefighters Anthony Flamati and Timothy Nuttall, they talked about her case every day at the firehouse. Yet no other firefighters besides McLaughlin were ever questioned by Proctor until February 8th. By that time, the I hit him lie was all over the news and was the talk of the firehouse. And thus, Nuttall and Flamati both told Proctor that she said it. However, on cross-examination, it was revealed that neither of them was anywhere near Karen when McLaughlin claims that Karen uttered those words, despite the fact that there was a hysterical woman screaming on their front lawn, bright flashing fire and police lights illuminating the area, and an aggressive German shepherd that barked a lot and easily spooked inside the house, and phone data showing Nicole Albert spoke to Jennifer McCabe at 6:07. Brian and Nicole Albert claimed that they slept through the whole thing. Brian Albert, a trained first responder, did not come out of the house while a fellow Boston police officer was lying dead on his front lawn. The bedroom window was the closest to where O'Keefe's body was found, and they testified that Chloe was in the room with them. But Chloe, Brian, and Nicole did not wake up. However, their neighbors in what Matt McCabe would later call the Asian house did wake up and take these pictures showing how impossible.
Look at these pictures. Everybody. Sorry, I'm eating dinner. I was trying to sneak. Everybody and their mama should have these pictures from all angles, right? If you were home that night. Now, if you were away and on a vacation or something, you don't have it. But this is actually the picture viewpoint from 32 Fairview, or, you know, next door neighbors of the Alberts. There's this car, or what is it, ambulance, this truck, like SUV truck, and then this fire truck. These three vehicles are right outside 32 Fairview, where they keep trying to say the incident was. There was just these three trucks. This is right outside their house.
Possible would be.
This is right outside 34 Fairview, where his body actually was. No matter how Jen McCabe and everybody tries to say he was at 32 Fairview, when she called 911, she gave them the address of 34 Fairview. Her statement that the body, which I don't know, maybe that's just a twig or whatever, but that the body, wherever found in this particular area, is on the lawn of 34 Fairview. Do you believe that? I mean, 32 Fairview. Sorry, next door neighbor. Do you believe that? No, I hope not, because this is where you say, let me see for myself. I don't want to just tell you why we care so much. I'm trying to show you why we care so much, because the evidence is there. And if you look for yourself, this looks more like the property line. Maybe these trees are the property line, but nevertheless, wherever 32 Fairview property line starts, the commotion of all of the officers, all of this car over here from officers, these officers here on the side, the car that belongs to, what's that girl's name? Kerri Roberts, the police officer car that's over here, and then this ambulance here. They are not on one side of the street. They are on both sides of the street. They are not in front of 32 Fairview. We just saw the front of 32 Fairview. They are over to the left of 32 Fairview, which is actually the right and is right in front of 34 Fairview. So this is right outside of Brian Albert's home. And just like anyone else in the neighborhood, you would go, what the heck is going on? And as a matter of fact, you would be like, hey, Brian, are you guys okay over there? Is everyone in your house alive and breathing? Is anyone having a heart attack? You know, anything happening next door? You would do that. This is the reason where you would take pictures. You would look. You would see. Your cameras would record. Which I really wish this house had a Ring camera and turned over their evidence to tell me what happened between 12:15 and 12:45.
To sleep through it. Canton Police Sergeants Sean Good and Michael Lank and Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived after Seraph, all of whom spent their entire lives in Canton. Good graduated and was friends with Courtney Proctor and Julie Albert's sister Jillian Daniels. Lank was good friends with Chris Albert since high school, and 20 years prior he was involved in a drunken bar fight in which he came to the rescue of Chris and assaulted and arrested two brothers who Chris had started trouble with. None of these three cops had any sort of curiosity or suspicion about how a dead cop ended up on Brian Albert's front lawn. John didn't seem dressed for the weather and was missing a shoe. If you or I invited a cop to our house and he ended up being found dead on our lawn with only one shoe on, the cops are definitely going to ask to search the house and get a warrant if you said no. But this was Brian Albert's house, a well-respected veteran police officer.
Not to mention, even if you thought it was a homeless man that he got into an argument with and had a fight on the side of the road with because he was trying to walk home and never made it home, and it just so happened that he landed in front of this house, you still would knock on all the doors. You still would ask for the ring cameras and the security footage from all the houses possible along the roadway.
Proctor's text messages would later show they weren't going to hassle him, and they claimed there was no probable cause to search the house, despite the fact that none of them applied for a warrant, so a judge could determine that for them. For all they knew, John had been killed by someone who also killed the people inside the house. Yet they allowed Jennifer McCabe to go into the house by herself at 6:34 a.m., where she claims she woke up sleeping Brian and Nicole. Jennifer McCabe was the quarterback of the entire cover-up. She didn't cause John's injuries, but she was essential for making sure that those who did were never held responsible. Jen made sure to speak with every police officer that she could in order to push the narrative that Karen was responsible for John's being on the lawn. Dash cam footage shows Jen turning her back as John's body was being wheeled into the ambulance. She was too busy talking to Officer Surratt and laying the groundwork for framing Karen Reed. Jen's phone records show that she was talking to Kerri Roberts all day on January 29th, making sure that Kerri, a potential loose end, believed that Karen had killed John. She spoke to John's mother and made her feel the same way. She hid the fact that her cell phone data shows that on January 30th, she went to Sergeant Lank's house for an hour. She never disclosed this, but when confronted,
she went to the sergeant's house the very next day for 1 hour. He's a part of the investigation of the case.
with the information at trial, she said that she had just gone there to talk to Lank's wife. Jen continued to show up for Karen Reed's hearings wearing a Justice for JJ button.
How can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder?
And comforted the grieving family in court. What a psychopath. Soon after that, the sun came out and Lieutenant Gallagher began to search the grassy area where O'Keefe's body was found. There was less than 3 inches of snow on the ground at that time, so he used a leaf blower to clear off the light dusting and search for clues. He found transparent pieces of what appeared to be cocktail glass, but what he didn't find was 47 pieces of bright red taillights, some as big as a dinner plate, that Michael Proctor and the state police would find over the course of the next 3 weeks. The search was conducted on video too. Do you see with the information at trial? She said that she had just gone there to talk to Lank's wife. Jen continued to show up for Karen Reed's hearings wearing a Justice for JJ button.
How can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder?
And comforted the grieving family in court. What a psychopath. Soon after that, the sun came out and Lieutenant Gallagher began to search the grassy area where O'Keefe's body was found. There was less than 3 inches of snow on the ground at that time, so he used a leaf blower to clear off the light dusting and search for clues. He found transparent pieces of what appeared to be cocktail glass, but what he didn't find was 47 pieces of bright red taillights, some as big as a dinner plate, that Michael Proctor and the state police.
So in this trial, one of the last statements on recross, Alan Jackson says there was no reason for you to go inside the house and check on the safety and well-being of your sister and your brother-in-law. Even though the house was dark, no one answered your supposed phone calls, like that you deleted, but no one answered those, even though it says it was answered and you had a 7-second, 9-second conversation. No, none of that happened. And you were not at all concerned about if anyone in the house was injured, harmed, or if something major happened. And so reasonably think to yourself, you get to your sister's house, you get to your brother's house, there's a dead man on their yard, they're a police officer. You call your sister and they don't answer. You call your brother, they don't answer. Would you not run in the house and see if they're okay? Not to say that the person who's dead on the front of the lawn, that they had a fight with them, but maybe that person had a fight with someone else. Maybe that person was, a burglar and got into the house, killed your family, and John O'Keefe was trying to save your family and ended up getting beat up by the burglar and is now dead on the front lawn from those wounds because the burglar was trying to get away and they beat him up on the way out of the door. Like, anything in your mind that you can think of that could be a possibility would be something that you would think of while you were there. But whatever you would think of, would you not think to go inside the house and make sure that your sister and her husband is alive and breathing? whatever you're thinking. Like, even if this is not your friend that's on the lawn and there's just some guy on the lawn, you don't go running into the house to determine that everyone in the house is safe. And if you're telling me, no, you don't, then do you love your sister and your brother? Like, of course you would. Of course you would. And McCabe's response on the stand was, well, it was more important for me to work on John. How do you know that? Why would you say that? What makes you think? What makes you think it's more important for you to do chest compressions on John O'Keefe, who is not your family, than to go inside and make sure your family is alive and well? Because they didn't answer the phone. So they didn't answer the phone. You don't go check. Why is it more important to save John O'Keefe or to act like you're saving John O'Keefe? Because on the phone with 911, you're like, I think he passed away. So you're acting like you're saving him, right? And then, so basically, Jackson gets into a great recross and shows how much of a liar she is. And the first trial, it was like inevitable, like it was 100% she's a liar. There's no way you could trust her. This trial, her demeanor's better. She's seasoned. She's a better witness this trial than she was before, but her lies do come to light. The thing she blurts out is, I didn't have to think about going into the house because nothing that was going on outside the house had anything to do with what was going on inside the house. My question is, what was going on inside the house, Jen? How do you know this at the time? And Jackson says, right, because you know what happened to John O'Keefe. That's why you know you didn't need to go inside the house. And she goes something like, no, I knew what happened because your client was screaming that she hit him and there was taillight found near him. No, there wasn't. There wasn't taillight found near him. In fact, the taillight that was found is scattered all over the place. It's not really necessarily near where he was found. And this is the taillight. So this taillight here with the little white pieces, white tape pieces, that's tape. So those are like separate pieces of a taillight that's been taped together. But a piece this big was whole. This whole piece this big was supposedly in the snow next to John O'Keefe. No one saw it. No one saw taillight. No one saw it.
Police would find over the course of the next 3 weeks. The search was conducted on video too. Do you see any red taillight here? Transparent cocktail glass is much harder to see than bright red taillight on bright white snow. This cannot be emphasized enough. There was no taillight anywhere near John's body at 7 a.m., nor was there a missing shoe. Around this time, Karen Reed made statements that she was suicidal and she was sectioned for the next 4 to 5 hours. During this time, the McAlberts were allowed to talk together away from police and get their story straight. At 9 a.m., McCabe called Lank on his cell phone to tell him that she suddenly remembered Karen saying, "Could I have hit him?" Her story later evolved at trial to, "Did I hit him?" But she accused Lank.
Okay, so she says, Karen said, could I have hit him?
Of misquoting her in the original report. Police knew that.
Oh, no, that's not what I said. I said, I hit him. She said, I hit him. Not could I have, but I hit him. And those distinctions are very important to the case. So interesting enough, Jen McCabe's statement of what Karen said is supposedly, I've always said that she said she hit him. I've always reported that to everyone I talked to, even Lank. And Lank is wrong in what he wrote down. He wrote down differently. That's not what I said. I said that she said she hit him. The problem is no one acted like that's what she said. No one. She was not arrested. She wasn't read her Miranda rights. They didn't tell her, what she didn't. And then that's another thing. How are these statements coming in? She wasn't Mirandized. She wasn't considered a suspect at that very moment. They thought the lady was, losing her mind, and they were concerned for her well-being. They were like, look, take her home. She's hysterical, take her home. They did not have credence to what she said. So however you slice and dice it later, no one took Jen McCabe's supposed statement of hearing Karen Reed say that she hit John O'Keefe. No one took it as an admission. People that were there and heard not it, because that's not what she said, but heard her hollering and saying stuff. They say no. They say no. It's not until later, after the trial, or later, after the first trial, or later after the grand jury, or later, a year or so later, now it's, oh yeah, she said she hit him. But then why didn't you arrest her at the time, at 6 o'clock in the morning, not 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or whatever time it was you came around and took her car? Why didn't you arrest her? She didn't say it. That's not what she said. She was not considered to be the assailant, if you would.
Protecting the crime scene was essential, especially since it was snowing and evidence could easily get buried. But the Canton Police just left the crime scene completely abandoned the entire day. No crime scene tape put up, no cops to watch over the area and make sure the scene wasn't tampered with.
The crime scene was completely open.
Yes.
Unsecured.
Yes.
And Brian Albert didn't offer his house up as a command center for officers to come out of the cold. Blood droplets found at the scene were put in red Solo cups.
Just any Solo cups, or the Solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
Were acquired from the deputy police chief, Tom Keller, who lived across the street.
It looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Drop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
It should be noted that Keller had a ring camera pointed directly at the area where Commonwealth alleges that John was hit by.
There's more of a lie for anyone who's like, oh, okay, that's what evidence bags looks like. No, it's not. Evidence bags have tape on them. They have signatures for who retrieved the evidence, who received the evidence from the person who retrieved it from the scene, who is investigating the evidence at this time, who has logged the evidence into the evidence locker, what time and day was this all done? Like there's markings on the evidence bag that makes it look like an evidence bag. And then, I mean, you'll see it if you watch the trial, you'll see how it has red tape and tape around it. This is no evidence, it's a shopping bag.
By a car. Michael Proctor never even asked to look at the ring camera footage.
Because again, this is astounding. Look how close that is. It's right there.
Oh, this is a part where Turtleboy shows that this is the chief's house, and the chief, so supposedly the encounter is in this area, right? She must have hit him, I think it's this area, could have been further over, but whatever. Let's just say it's this area. His point is, if this is the area that John O'Keefe was hit by a car, why guess and why throw evidence around and look for evidence around and not go next door, across the street and next door and over there next door and everybody else is next door and get all of the ring camera footage, all of the footage. And he's showing you that there is a camera right there that has this vantage point. Let's see.
I can even put my camera up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the view it would have gotten.
So this is a view it would have gotten. We've got a lot of 32 Fairview, which is across the street. And it would have gotten this area here where John O'Keefe supposedly was hit and left for dead at 34 Fairview. So you would have gotten Karen Reed backing up. Oddly enough, Jen McCabe says Karen Reed continuously went forward. She didn't ever see her go backward. She never saw her in a backward position. She was going forward. Okay. The people that show up behind Karen Reed's car don't say that she backed up into them. She was there going forward. Guess what? People were drunk. Don't need to rely on that because there's a camera across the street. Collect it and get the recording.
and his partner, Yuri Buchanan, didn't even go to 34 Fairview Road that day to investigate the scene. At 11:30, they decided it was finally time to interview some witnesses. But instead of separating them and recording their interviews at a police station, which is what detectives always do, they decided to interview just 4 witnesses: Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert at the McCabe's house. After being together all morning getting their story straight, the 4 of them drove across town in the middle of a blizzard where they were interviewed by Proctor and Buchanan. At no point was anyone in the house treated as a potential suspect who had to be ruled out. Their story was a simple one and was blindly taken as gospel by police. John O'Keefe never came in the house. But this story strained credulity because there's no possible way that none of them would hear or see a 3-ton vehicle striking a man, and that none of them would see his body laying on the lawn when they left. The 4 McAlberts all told the same story. They went out to the bar, things seemed fine, Karen and John pulled up outside, he never came in, she left, and in the morning, when Jen and Karen went out looking for him, Karen had a cracked taillight and said, could I have hit him upon finding his body? That was it. That was all Michael Proctor needed to hear to determine that Karen Reed was the killer. He didn't speak to anyone else, but he made up his mind by 12:30 p.m. By that time, no taillight pieces had been found, no one saw a body on the lawn, no surveillance video was pulled, and none of the first responders were interviewed. Nonetheless, Proctor and Buchanan had determined that Karen Reed was guilty, so they got in their car and drove to her parents' house in Dighton to seize her phone and car, which he knew was the murder weapon, based solely on what Jennifer McCabe had told him that Karen Reed had said. A cover-up is easier to cover up when you involve less people. It's not what the police did do during the investigation they made that made it a cover-up. It's what they intentionally didn't do. Proctor didn't interview Julie Nagel, Caitlin Albert, her boyfriend Tristan Morris, Brian Albert Jr., or any of the people who were admittedly at the house that night. Sarah Levinson was in the house that night, and her name was kept hidden from the defense for almost a year. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until 9 months after O'Keefe's death, and only after the defense filed a motion in which they pointed out how impossible it would be for no one to have seen a body on the lawn. Conveniently, for the first time at her interview, Julie Nagel told Proctor that she saw a dark, shadowy figure on the front lawn. She didn't say it was a body because she would have had to call police if she did, but calling it a dark, shadowy figure was her way of suggesting that something might have been there without implicating herself. Conveniently, at trial, Julie Nagel's story also evolved, this time claiming that the dark, shadowy figure was actually a 5 to 6 foot black blob. She testified that she realized the next day that the black blob was John O'Keefe, but didn't come forward to speak with police about it. Then there's Colin Albert. Despite admittedly being at Brian Albert's house that night, Colin wasn't interviewed by police until 18 months after John's death, and only in regards to him being a victim of alleged witness intimidation. Conveniently, on the day Karen Reed was arrested, Colin's mother, Julie Albert, sent Proctor's sister Courtney a text message offering a thank you gift to Proctor for not interviewing Colin. Instead of telling her that this was unethical, Proctor told her to give the gift to his wife Elizabeth instead. Colin Albert never had to hand over his phone or answer any questions from police. His existence at the house was hidden, despite the fact that Steve Scanlon somehow knew he was there that night. Colin claimed that he was home in bed by 12:30, but yet at 12:33, minutes after Reed left 34 Fairview and John O'Keefe's phone moved for the last time, Colin called a friend named Erin Beatty. She didn't answer, as kids at that age almost never call each other, and when she contacted him the next day, he goes, never mind. For telling people this story, Erin Beatty and her father Tom Beatty were harassed and ostracized by adults in the Canton community. Jennifer McCabe and her friend Jill Thomas reportedly told 17-year-old Erin Beatty to, quote, put a dick in your mouth instead of talking so much. Chris Albert confronted Tom Beatty and tried to get him to say that Colin never called Erin that night. They were going out of their way to pressure the Beatty family to lie and cover for Colin. Since Colin didn't speak with police and his parents did the speaking for him, an alibi for Colin was finally presented at trial, claiming that he was picked up by Jennifer McCabe's daughter, Allie, at 12:10. As evidence, the Commonwealth submitted an unverified screenshot of a text message with the name Colin at the top. No cell break report, just a screenshot that Chris Albert gave prosecutor Adam Lally. At 12:10, Allie tells what she claims is Colin, I'm here, but it doesn't say where here is. For all
So here's an interesting thing about the screenshot.
Lally. At 12:10, Allie tells what she claims is Colin, I'm here, but it doesn't say where here is. For all we know, she could have been picking up Colin to drive him to. She claims cell break report, just a screenshot that Chris Albert gave prosecutor Adam Lally. At 12:10, Allie tells what she claims is Colin, I'm here, but it doesn't say where Albert unverified trial. Since Colin didn't speak with police and his parents did the speaking for him, an alibi for Colin was finally presented at trial, claiming that he was picked up by Jennifer McCabe's daughter, Allie, at 12:10. As evidence, the Commonwealth submitted an unverified screenshot of a text message with the name Colin at the top.
This is what I wanted you to see. The C on Colin is cut off right here. I don't know if you can see my oh, let me see. I think I can make it. Yeah, right on this side of the C. It's cut off very barely, but it doesn't have the complete curve that a C would have. So a C has a curve, a curve in this area. This does not. It has like this straight line. It has a straight line like this one does. That's cut off. That's cut off. It looks fabricated. It looks very pixelated. This supposed O looks like it was an A at one point. This is what it looks like to me. You tell me. But in the area of right in here, look right there, that looks like it's missing the rest of the line that makes it an A. And the C looks cut off. We definitely know that the, what does it say? OMGANNANKK? You know what that is. OMGANNANKK, I don't know what the heck that means. But anyway, that, whatever this is at 12:17, it's cut off. There is supposedly only 17 messages between her and her cousin. Interesting. Very interesting that there's only 17 messages between the two of them. Whereas, who is Mikey's? Making me shotgun. Who is Mikey or Mickey? Who's that? Making me shotgun, sorry. Is that her boyfriend? Is this her? No, it's not her, because she's on this side, right? Gosh, who knows? Anyway, what I wanted to show you is that this name save, these letters look incomplete. This looks like an A to me. Something about this C looks weird. This O looks weird to me. But most assuredly, how is it that I'm only supposed to think in the lifetime of communication, text messages are key for young people, that they only have 17 messages between them? And this is why I really think this is some other communication. But it's only 17 messages between these two, and they have messages about silly stuff that you would think they would have way more.
No cell break report, just a screenshot that Chris Albert gave prosecutor Adam Lally. At 12:10, Allie tells what she claims is Colin, "I'm here."
So Allie is this person on a Zoom. February 20th, 2022. On a Zoom what? On a Zoom what? So did he call you in between January 29th or January 30th, actually, 12:10 a.m. and February 20th of 2022? Like, it's such an incomplete
Lie and cover for Colin. Since Colin didn't speak with police and his parents did the speaking for him. An alibi for Colin was finally presented at trial, claiming that he was picked up by Jennifer McCabe's daughter, Allie, at 12:10. As evidence, the Commonwealth submitted an unverified screenshot of a text message with the name Colin.
And okay, the screenshots are going from down to up. Do screenshots do that? Do text messages don't do that. So this, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold tight. So this 12:17 a.m. is supposed to be after January 28th. However, in my phone, things that are up here happen before things that are down here. So this 12:17 would be before January 28th. It would be January 27th or January 1st. I don't know. This could have been New Year's Eve. I don't freaking know. But it's just like weird. Why are the text messages on your phone running in the opposite direction? Is that the way your text messages run? Because I don't have Apple. Mine's is different. Mine's is Android. So my text messages run from the earliest time would be upward to the most recent time would be going downward. So I would scroll down to the next text message. But in this succession, this presents backwards. It presents like, instead of because this says you can get me now at 11:54 p.m. on January 28th, but yet I'm supposed to believe that the text messages go from there up. Is that how your Apple works? So your text messages scroll upward? Hey, I don't know. Apple does things backwards. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm asking. Because according to the Canton PD, you can't trust Apple's software, so I don't know.
Colin at the top. No cell break report, just a screenshot that Chris Albert gave prosecutor Adam Lally. At 12:10, Allie tells what she claims is Colin, I'm here, but it doesn't say where here is. For all we
Wait. Did they go? Wait.
Allie. At 12:10, Allie tells what she claims is Colin.
So now text messages are going in the right direction. Earlier, they were going upward. Now they're going downward because 11:55, and then what happened to the date? Because there was a date somewhere. It was January 20th. Where's January 28th? Oh, I guess, wait. So never mind. I guess it's because it's cut off. So January 28th should be up here at the top. Okay, January 28th is up top at the 11:55 time. And then 12:10 is January 29th. So why doesn't it say January 29th? Wait a minute. Hold on. Should it say January 29th or January 3rd? No, January 29th. Okay. Okay. So January 29th, 12:10. Why doesn't it say that here? And why is the direction of the text messages all of a sudden going in the right format? Last time they were going upward. The timestamps were going up. Now all of a sudden the timestamps are going down. And what happened for a month? Did you have nothing? Where is this at? And why are you saying you're on a Zoom on February 20th? 2022. Yeah, he was January 29, 2022. Yeah, so 2022. Yeah, I don't believe any parts of this supposed text message thread. This should not have been evidence. If anything, it's evidence of lying, because it's fabricated. So I don't know. Hopefully Jackson's team is paying attention if she gets back on the stand.
Colin,
Or better yet, hopefully the FBI is paying attention so they can arrest her.
Here, but it doesn't say where here is. For all we know, she could have been picking up Colin to drive him to 34 Fairview, which would make sense because the party wasn't really starting until everyone else got back from the bar. Allie testified that she was driving people around all night and that Colin Albert was her last pickup at 12:10. She said she was home in bed by 12:30, but there was just one problem with that. Her Life 360 data shows that she was driving around till 1:30. But just like all the phone calls and Google searches in this case, the Commonwealth's response to this was that it was just a mistake. If we're to believe Colin's story, it would mean that a 17-year-old who likes to drink and party asked Allie McCabe for a ride to 34 Fairview Road to wish his much older cousin a happy birthday in person, then had her pick him up 90 minutes later in order to get him back home as soon as his fun uncle and his friends showed up to party. Right. Meanwhile, Chris Albert initially testified that he left a waterfall bar and was home at between 12:05 and 12:10. He said that Colin got home 15 to 20 minutes later and came upstairs to say goodnight to his parents. There was a problem with that story, though. Chris is seen on surveillance video at the waterfall bar at 12:13, and it would take him at least 7 to 8 minutes for him to walk home from there. By his own admittance, his son Colin got home much closer to 12:45, meanwhile, Chris Albert initially testified that he left a waterfall bar and was home at between 12:05 and 12:10. He said that Colin got home 15 to 20 minutes later and came upstairs to say goodnight to his parents. There was a problem with that story, though. Chris is seen on surveillance video at the waterfall bar at 12:13, and it would take him at least 7 to 8 minutes for him to walk home from there. By his own admittance,
that double take is not me.
his son Colin got home much closer to 12:45, which would mean that he was still at Brian Albert's house when John O'Keefe arrived. This is why the defense is so suspicious of Colin Albert. The McAlberts and the Commonwealth are insistent that Colin wasn't there when John O'Keefe was allegedly killed. But why would it matter if he was inside and John O'Keefe was killed outside by Karen Reed? Why did he call Erin Beatty, a girl he wasn't dating, out of the blue at 12:33? Why did his family try to silence the Beattys? Why did his mother offer Proctor a thank you gift? And why were his knuckles so cut up in a picture a few weeks later? Colin had an explanation for that too, which illustrated just how easily he could lie with a straight face.
And I was walking up the driveway and
Wait. I mean, yeah, he does, but I want to see the knuckles.
Why did his mother offer Proctor a thank you gift? And why were his knuckles so cut up?
So look at the knuckles, get a good look at them, and now we're going to listen to what his explanation is.
A picture a few weeks later. Colin had an explanation for that too, which illustrated just how easily he could lie with a straight face.
And I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand. So I tried to brace myself with my right hand and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
Right. Obviously.
He slid. So he slid and cut his knuckles because he slid.
Straight face.
And I was
do you see any scratches that show sliding? Like, you know, like you hit something and you slid down the driveway? Does that look like sliding, pulling? I don't see any linear lines. Everything here is right at the knuckle. So it's more of a hit. You know what would have been a better lie if he said, yeah, you know, I was shadow boxing and didn't have the gloves on, or I was, you know, rehearsed in the gym boxing, I didn't have my gloves on and I ended up banging up my hand.
A few weeks later. Colin had an explanation for that too, which illustrated just how easily he could lie with a straight face.
And I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand. So I tried to brace myself with my right hand and I ended up sliding a little bit.
Believe it? Sounds reasonable to you?
Down the driveway.
Right. Obviously, that was a lie, which begs the question, if he didn't do anything wrong, why did he have to lie? Colin also testified he'd never been in a fight before. Shortly after that, the internet found 3 videos of him fighting, proving that he lied about that too. Why lie if you have nothing to hide?
I'm not
Bitch,
clear.
bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, you pussy.
Yeah.
An explanation for that too, which illustrated just how easily he could lie with a straight face.
1 second.
And I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand. So I tried to brace myself with my right hand and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
Right. Obviously, that was a lie, which begs the question, if he didn't do anything wrong, why did he have to lie? Colin also testified he'd never been in a fight before. Shortly after that, the internet found 3 videos.
There you go. This is Colin on the right. He punches with his right. I just wanted to double check. I wanted to see what hand was his punching hand. He punches with his right. In the video, he only has one hand that has bruising. That's his right hand. He says he slid down the driveway and he was catching himself, and because he slid, he ended up scraping his hand, even though there's no scrape marks. There's only bruising at the knuckles. And in this fight that he's never had in his life, because he's never had a fight, that also was a lie on the stand. He's seen punching with his right hand. So much lying. If you didn't do anything wrong, why are you lying?
Videos of him fighting, proving that he lied about that too. Why lie if you have nothing to hide?
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, you pussy.
Yeah.
Clean cold, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Original.
So laughable.
Looking for the truth could have grilled him on. Colin was a hothead and previously had issues with O'Keefe. But when the lead investigator is Michael Proctor, whose mother describes Colin's family as a second family, you don't have to worry about being questioned by police. But perhaps the most obvious witness that Proctor went out of his way not to speak to was Brian Lucky Loughran. Proctor interviewed DPW Director Michael Trotta and claimed that Trotta told him that the Canton DPW does not plow Fairview Road. This was an outright lie. I tracked down Mr. Trotta and asked him myself.
Is there any reason that Lucky Loughran, Brian Loughran, would have been plowing that road at 2:30 in the morning?
We generally have 2 people on every route. So there's usually a town plow with a contract plow.
After that, I trucked down Lucky, who was happy to tell me what he witnessed that morning. Lucky said that he did first plow Brian Albert's house at 2:30 and didn't see a body on the lawn. When I asked him if he would have seen a body if a body was there, he was insistent that he would because bright lights and constantly looking on the yards and scanning sidewalks in case animals ran into the road. Lucky told me that when he tried to do another plow at Fairview Road an hour later, he couldn't because there was a Ford Edge parked in the exact spot where John O'Keefe's body would be discovered 3 hours later. At least 3 members of the Albert family, Kevin, Brian, and Colin, owned a Ford Edge at the time. If there
Colin owned a Ford Edge at the time. Kevin Albert is the detective, right? And his brother is Brian Albert. Brian Albert, that's his home that John O'Keefe was found dead at on the lawn. Colin Albert is the lying teenager who says he never had a fight before, but has video of 2 fights of him punching with his right hand and a picture of him with his right hand bruised days after John O'Keefe's body is found dead on the lawn. And all three of them own a Ford Edge, for which a non-biased, nothing to do with the Alberts witness confirms was there when they tried to plow for the second time, because they did plow the first time. And there was no body on the lawn the first time, which was after Karen had left John there, so that body wasn't there then. But 2 something or whatever later in the morning, when they tried to plow again, they couldn't because the Ford Edge was there.
There was nobody on the lawn at 2:30, which Lucky Loughran and 7 other witnesses said there was not. Then Karen Reed couldn't have struck him at 12:30. Then a Ford Edge appeared. Then there was a body. You do the math. The fact that the state police didn't put out an all-points bulletin looking for that Ford Edge is all the evidence you need to know that this was a cover-up. Remember, this cover-up wasn't so much what the cops did to cover it up. It was what they chose not to do. Choosing not to interview Lucky Loughran was deliberate. They knew that if they spoke to him, he was going to say there wasn't a body on the front lawn. And logically, they'd have to pursue whoever was driving the Ford Edge since they were allegedly right next to a dead cop on the lawn. Michael Proctor didn't want to pursue any leads that didn't point to Karen Reed. The state police finally decided to interview Lucky Loughran 18 months after the death of John O'Keefe and 2 days after I published this bombshell interview with him. But Proctor and Buchanan weren't trying to learn more about the Ford Edge. They were trying to discredit his testimony and get him to say that I illegally wiretapped Lucky. At trial, Brian Tully testified that he didn't investigate the Ford Edge because Loughran couldn't possibly be sure it was a Ford Edge. But it had 4 wheels and an engine, and whoever was driving it was supposedly parked next to a dead body that police think was run over by a car. So wouldn't you want to find out who that person was and speak with them? Nah, better just pin it on Karen Reed. Rather than question any of these witnesses, Proctor and Buchanan drove to Dighton to seize Karen Reed's car, which they hadn't seen yet, because they were certain that it was a murder weapon. No taillight had been discovered at the scene yet. At 2:30, they called and asked Dighton Police for a tow. When they arrived an hour or so later, they didn't take a picture of Karen Reed's car to show the condition of the taillight before it had been towed, according to Michael Proctor's report. And as with all the witnesses, they didn't record any of their interviews with Karen. Reed's car was towed at 5:30 p.m. This time is critical because the state police began searching the area where John O'Keefe's body was discovered at 5:45 and found 4 pieces of taillight. If the car was towed at 5:30, then there was no way it could get from Dighton to Canton in a blizzard, normally a 40-minute drive, in time to plant taillight. But as it turned out, Michael Proctor was lying about what time he towed the car. Video surveillance from the Reed's house shows the car being towed at 4:12, and the Dighton police report confirmed this. This meant that Proctor was unaccounted for with Reed's car for 78 minutes and would have more than enough time to get the vehicle to Canton and plant taillight before the state police search at 5:45. Nevertheless, in pretrial hearings, the Commonwealth continued to lie about what time the car was towed. Adam Lally said in court filings that Bill Reed's ring video didn't reset for daylight savings, but the sun set that day at 4:56, and there was still sunlight in the video at 4:12. Eventually, after realizing that they couldn't lie their way out of this one, the Commonwealth called it a scrivener's error, even though the digits 412 are nowhere near 530 on a keyboard. The state police search team, led by Lieutenant O'Hara, began arriving at 34 Fairview Road at 4:51 to search the area where John's body was discovered. By that point, Proctor's commanding officer, Lieutenant Brian Tully, determined that O'Keefe was hit by a car and told O'Hara that they were looking for pieces of taillight. The scene was unsecured the entire day, and more than 18 inches of snow had fallen since the Canton Police searched the area and didn't find a single piece of taillight. Internal messages show that the search team was ready to start digging at 5:30, but that Lieutenant Tully did not give them the green light. Time was of the essence, and snow was continuing to fall. What was Tully waiting for? Simple. They needed to wait for Karen Reed's car to arrive in Canton first. They could have brought the vehicle to any state police barracks close to Dighton, including Middleborough or Foxborough. Yet they insisted on bringing the car to the Canton Police Department less than 2 miles away from Brian Albert's house, where Kevin Albert was working. The car is seen on video, which was shown for the first time in Reed's first trial, entering the Canton Police Sallyport garage at 5:36 p.m. Proctor could be seen hanging around what appears to be the left rear taillight, which was not broken. In other words, there was no evidence Proctor went anywhere near Reed's broken right rear taillight, except there's just one problem. The video shown in court was intentionally inverted.
He's going fast. I must have. Oh, I did. See, I must have put him up. Okay, here you go.
Appeared to be left was actually right, and Proctor was hanging out there for a while.
In the video, the word police appears backwards on another vehicle parked in the garage. So does the number 4 on one of the garage's overhead doors. Defense attorney Alan Jackson believes it was no accident.
The timestamp across the bottom is not inverted.
And there appears to be somebody standing near it.
Who's the guy in the watch cap, in the winter cap, back there by that right rear tail light the entire time by himself? That's Proctor.
The Commonwealth was trying to deceive the jury. The cover-up was happening right in front of millions of people. For 20 seconds at 5:37, the video cuts out. And when it begins again, you could see another unknown man who was not in the video before, leaving the area where Proctor was standing by the right rear taillight. Who was this man? And did he have pieces of taillight with him when he left? Was it Kevin Albert or Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Ken Berkowitz? The Commonwealth still can't explain who that was. But coincidentally, 5 minutes later, after that, Lieutenant Tully gave the CERT team the go-ahead to begin their search. Lieutenant O'Hara testified that he had no idea who several members of the CERT team were, but said that he believed they were Canton Police. Minutes after they began searching, someone, they never said who, found a piece of red taillight under 18 inches of snow. This was the exact same area Lieutenant Gallagher searched on video during the daylight with the leaf blower on video and did not find any taillight. Yet the CERT team was able to find it under all that snow with minimal effort in the dark 10 minutes after Reed's car arrived at Canton Police. Whoever this officer who found the taillight was never testified at trial. They also found John's missing size 12 shoe that the Canton Police completely missed during their search. So either the Canton Police are blind and incompetent, or the taillight and the shoe were planted. Shortly after that, someone on the CERT team found 3 more pieces of taillight. Once again, we don't know who, but Brian Tully had seen enough. And now that he had some physical evidence linking Reed to the crime scene, he shut down the search. O'Hara offered to come back the next day in the daylight to search some more, but Tully told him he was all set. Instead, the state police were instructed to drive by on their way to work to see if any taillight presented itself. And wouldn't you know it, it did. Over the course of the next 3 weeks, Chief Berkowitz, Sergeant Buchanan, and Proctor found a total of 47 pieces of red taillight. The pieces actually became bigger as time went by, leading to this dinner-sized plate discovered by Proctor on February 18th. You got that? Canton Police, the CERT team, and everyone who went to the house for 3 weeks didn't see that piece of taillight just a few feet from the curb. Of course, Proctor didn't take any pictures of any of this because documenting isn't really his thing. After all, it's just the murder of a cop. Who cares about completely incorrect police reports? No chain of custody and a complete lack of documentation. You would think after the second or third time the taillight presented itself that the state police would have preserved the crime scene, but not these Keystone cops. They just kept doing their drive-bys until they could put the entire taillight together like a jigsaw puzzle. Here's the problem though. Reed's taillight did not look like this when she pulled out of John's driveway at 5:07 seconds after backing into his car. As you can see, the taillight was cracked, but not completely broken. Don't take my word for it. Listen to Canton Police Sergeant Nicholas Barrows, who observed the condition of the taillight at the Reed house and made sure.
So if you look, where's my handy dandy book? Okay. So if you look at the left, it looks like a full L shape, right? And so the right would be the same, except for you have the side part. So you can't really see the side part, but you are missing this piece right here. All right, let's take my decorations off. So in looking at the right tail light, which is the one of issue, there's only little bits of piece from here to there that doesn't seem lit. And all of this is like, good God, who would have this much evidence to prove your innocence? It's like almost never to happen, right? But thankfully she has it, because once again, it gives us reasonable doubt. Anyone else still trying to figure out why people are up in arms? Is there anyone still saying she did it?
Canton Police Sergeant Nicholas Barrows, who observed the condition of the taillight at the Reed house and made sure to point out.
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Perhaps the biggest obstacle for the Commonwealth was explaining John O'Keefe's injuries. In the words of John's brother, Paul O'Keefe, John looked like he had gone 5 rounds with Mike Tyson. People who get
John looked like he went 5 rounds with Mike Tyson. Well, do you think Mike Tyson drives over people and backs up into people? Or do you know who Mike Tyson is? For those who don't know, Mike Tyson is a famous boxer. And so John looked like he was in a boxing match with a professional boxer.
backed into cars have bruises and broken bones, but not John O'Keefe. Instead, John had 2 black eyes, a 3-inch laceration in the back of the head that looks like he was hit by a blunt object, and parallel linear cuts exclusively on his right arm. And did I mention that Brian Albert owned an aggressive German Shepherd named Chloe with a documented history of biting strangers and dogs? They tried to hide this from the court by opposing a defense motion for Canton Animal Control records and having Brian Albert's attorney, Greg Henning, lie in open court by claiming that Chloe never bit a human being. Animal control records show that Chloe sent at least 2 people to the ER. According to Dr. Marie Russell, who has done thousands of autopsies, those are dog bites on John's arm. And guess what? The 6-year-old family dog was suddenly rehomed a few months after John's murder. They claim that Chloe is somewhere in Vermont, but won't say where. Oh, and they sold the house and they ripped up the basement floor too. But there's nothing suspicious about that.
And this is what I didn't know. I knew that they had moved. I knew that the dog had been sold, rehomed, whatever terminology. I did not know that they ripped up the basement. Why would you rip up the basement? Why would you rip up the basement? Are you saying that you had a flood, so therefore you ripped it up? Like, why would you rip up the basement? No one, who does that? Did you have to get to the plumbing? Like, why? Or did you have to get the blood up?
Commonwealth originally claimed that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe while doing a 3-point turn, and they stuck to this theory for the first 18 months after Reed's arrest. But after a turtle rider pointed out that it would have meant that the wrong taillight was broken, they quickly abandoned that theory.
I dropped from 198 to 147 in just a few weeks, and all I did was make the real pink salt recipe.
Lies. It's a liar. Don't believe her. Okay, so now anyway, what is this? Oh, John O'Keefe. So this is John O'Keefe exits vehicle. Okay, I don't know why they used a vehicle. It looks like a Jeep, but okay. Pay attention. So this was their first theory, that she made a turn, which why would they have that theory? Because she does make that turn when she's headed to the house, but it's on a whole different street. John O'Keefe's in the car, so then they find out that they're completely wrong, is what my thinking is. And also scientifically it makes no sense, because the right tail light that she has is the one that's damaged. But if you were looking at the Sally Port video and not paying attention to the fact that it was a mirrored inverted image, you would think, oh, it's the left tail light that's damaged. But not so. So right tail light, left tail light. Okay, yeah. So that didn't work. That wasn't real. That didn't happen that way.
So how did John get those cuts on his arm? Surely the grass didn't do that, and if he had gotten run over, then his body would be covered in bruises and broken bones. The jury needed an explanation from an expert, and that's where this guy came in. Trooper Joseph Paul is Norfolk County's crash reconstruction expert, and he's got an associate's degree in administration to prove it. For the first time at trial, the Commonwealth explained that John was actually standing in the middle of a blizzard with his arm extended into the street. He had just gotten into a huge fight with Karen, and even though everyone was out that night, they seemed happy together. According to Trooper Paul, Karen Reed, who was parked in front of the neighbor's house for some reason, began gunning it in reverse, hitting 24 miles an hour in just 62 feet. She sideswiped John O'Keefe, and the taillight hit John exclusively in the arm that was hanging out over the road for some reason. This caused the taillight to shatter into 47 pieces, all of which the Canton Police Department couldn't find in broad daylight. After striking.
Think about that now. You can't believe everything someone tells you. You got to think it for yourself, right? So he's had an argument with her. Let's take the thought process. He's arguing with her. She's driving off, leaving him. He has his hands out, facing her. But you want me to believe that it's his right arm that her car runs into. There's no skid marks on the ground that says she runs into the grass, but he runs into him, scratches up his right arm, and then pushes and propels him 30-something feet onto the grass and knocks him in the back of the head, and he dies on the lawn because he's left there unconscious and frozen to death. That's the Commonwealth's looped theory. That's their whole theory. Do the markings on his arm represent being hit by a car or bit by an animal? And if the animal is using its mouth to bite at the elbow and its paws to dig into the arm, forearm, and so forth, then does that represent the marking on his arm? Or does being hit by a car scratch his arm up like that on the opposite side.
Striking John's arm, it caused him to then catapult 30 feet and do a pirouette in midair before hitting his head on the curb and then bouncing another 10 feet onto the grass, where he finally came to his final resting place on top of his phone. How did his phone end up underneath him, you ask? Trooper Paul had an answer for that, too.
What's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet?
It just did.
Just did. And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So.
Well, you didn't.
It just did. Okay.
Very interesting offer for truth. I didn't put it there, so that's what happened. You're the detective. You're supposed to be the forensic expert. You mean to tell me you don't have a reconstruction that can show how these things are plausible and under what circumstances that are reasonable circumstances that these things would happen? You don't even theorize. It's to my understanding that he had his phone in his hand. So when he got hit, his hand flew and then he flew and the phone got there before he did and he landed on it. I mean, you don't have something burger. Oh no, a nothing burger. Okay, great.
And how did he get the laceration in the back of his head? Simple. The grass did it. You see, it was cold out that day, and when it gets cold, the ground turns into a blunt object that causes a cut like this, which looks like Professor Plum hit you with a lead pipe. I decided to test this theory out to see if it was even possible to accelerate to 24 miles an hour and 62 feet.
This is 62 feet. We're going to mark it off right here. All right. Boom. All right. And that's where 62 feet is. See my car up there? See where the chalk mark is on the ground? That's 62 feet. So look at, he marked 62 feet off, right? Mm-hmm. So that's where Karen Reed started. That's where the back of her car started, okay? And you see the line down there, the other line, that's where he got hit. Okay, so I mean, that's 62 feet. So this dude just stood here and is like, yeah, come hit me. Come hit me. Like, look at, by the way, look how far away the car is. You see somebody coming at you in reverse like that? That's plenty of time to get away, right? Oh, yeah. Just jump out of the way.
The first time I hit 14 miles per hour and ended up driving over the curb because the road curves right where his body was found.
You're on the curb. Am I really? Yeah, you're on the grass.
Then I got up to 17 miles an hour, and finally, when I put the pedal to the metal, I was able to hit 19.
So I hit 19 miles an hour there. That was pretty, I mean, that felt fast as shit.
Yeah, it looked fast.
And let me tell you, it was scary. Try going that fast in reverse, and you'll see that it feels like a roller coaster. It's not natural. There's no possible way you can accidentally run into someone at that speed. Keep in mind, I did this in perfect conditions with a Lexus that had a comparable engine to Reed's car. I couldn't come close to 24 miles an hour, and I wasn't a good enough driver to avoid the curb. But the Commonwealth would have you believe that Karen Reed transformed into a NASCAR driver, hitting 24 miles an hour in 62 feet, cutting the wheel just in time to intentionally hit her target in the arm. Oh yeah, and no one inside the house saw or heard it happen. And they call us conspiracy theorists. You don't have to be a doctor to realize that this was complete bullshit. But luckily, the defense had not one, but two doctors who testified as to the scientific reasoning why John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. Dr. Daniel Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler are crash reconstruction experts who work for a company called ARCA. They have contracts with the Department of Defense and the NHL and were hired by someone, the defense wasn't allowed to say who, at trial, to run tests in order to see if John O'Keefe's injuries could have come from a motor vehicle collision. They made it clear that the laws of physics said that John O'Keefe could not have been hit by a car and that a side swipe would not knock him out of his shoe. So not only does the red taillight bloom on Brian Albert's front lawn like a perennial plant every February, but Newton's laws of physics also ceased to exist there at that time. After Reed was indicted for murder, arrested, and released on a $100,000 bail, she realized the Commonwealth was pressuring her to take a plea deal for manslaughter.
When is a thyroid condition
All right, sometimes these controls just get stuck. So I wanted to see if I can hear what she said. You're aware, it sounded like she said, you are aware of the abuse of Brian and Colin Albert. That's what I heard. But let's see what it says. She says, oh, beaten. That he's been beaten up by Brian Albert and Colin. So it's just like, this is a joke. My tail light is cracked and you're booking me. And John was pulverized. He was beaten. He's like, he was beaten by Brian Albert and Colin Albert. This is her thoughts on June 9th, 2023. Sensible thoughts, because the evidence is John is beaten up. Don't necessarily know if it was Brian Albert. I would think Brian Higgins and Colin Albert. Those are the ones that I think, but you know, she knows them better than me. God. So there's another reason why they hate Jackson so much. It's not just he's an outsider, but he's also defended someone who was accused of, you know, abuse of a minor, sexual abuse of a minor. So I guess that's why they're like, we really hate you, Jackson. So here's another point. The witness advocate tipped off the subjects of an investigation that they were going to have a order to preserve their phones and all the information on it. And they, in response, threw their phones away on a military base, broke up the SIM card, went to measures to get new phones. This is, do you see why we care? It's like no one, I mean, not no one, but it's like, I don't know Karen Reed and I don't have a special desire for her one way or another because I don't know her, but I do know this happens. And this is evidence that it happens. So Karen Reed is a representation at this point for hundreds of African Americans who are like, I'm being set up. Doesn't mean every case is that. I'm not saying that all cops are not like this. No, I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying that this shows it's happened. And with ease and with coordination and with familiarity for which they all operated shows that it has happened before. This is not the only occurrence. There's also the other case that the gentleman got arrested for. That was another occurrence that they had come together to collude and to conspire and to cover up on behalf of another police officer. So this is a victim advocate doing this. He's supposed to be there, or witness advocate, I'm sorry, not victim. He's witness advocate. He's supposed to be there protecting witnesses, keeping witnesses informed about their responsibilities, AKA, you're going to testify today. But he's not supposed to be calling up victims or witnesses saying, okay, tomorrow we're going to get your phones. You don't they don't give you heads up like that. They just show up at the door. I need your phone. I need to collect your evidence because they don't want you tampering with the evidence. So if you were a victim, would you want your if you were a victim or a witness, would you want your advocate to turn around and let the perpetrators know what the investigation is doing and how they're getting ready to be called in as witnesses and be investigated? No, you don't want them giving up heads up to the criminals. And that's exactly what they're doing. Oh, wait, did you guys see? You're like, I didn't even see what the heck was said. Okay, sorry. All that rambling. I hope you can see now. Almost done. Almost.
Client was the victim of a police cover-up and corruption in the DA's office. The USAO easily could have ignored them, but they found their claims credible and ended up launching an investigation into the investigation of John O'Keefe sometime around December of 2022. On April 10th, 2023, Colin Albert was visited in his Bridgewater State dorm room by 2 FBI officials with the subpoena to appear before a federal grand jury. Several others inside the house also received summons, including Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. I wrote my first story in the Canton cover-up a week later, and the Karen Reed case blew up overnight. In May of 2023, Lucky Loughran was also visited by 2 FBI agents as he repeated the same story that he told me. There was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30. Everyone in the house immediately lawyered up. Brian Albert's family hired attorney Greg Henning. Colin Albert hired Joe Krowski Jr., and Higgins hired Brian Connolly. Higgins immediately cut tie with the Albert family and began ignoring their messages. Clearly, they were worried about what Higgins would tell the grand jury. This prompted Kevin Albert to send a text message to Higgins telling him that he was making everyone worried. But worried about what? To tell him the guy never came in the house. Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, Michael Proctor, and several others ended up testifying before a closed-door grand jury session. Although no indictments have come as of yet, the FBI hired ARCA to see if Karen Reed could be ruled out as a suspect. She was. From there, they began secretly monitoring the McAlberts and Proctor's phones, and their suspicious, incriminating text messages were included in a 3,000-page report that was given to both the Commonwealth and the defense shortly before trial. The report is what showed Brian Albert and Higgins were tipped off to destroy their phone.
So, quickly, FBI, well, they're not FBI agents. They are contracted with the FBI to do the reconstruction crash, this real science investigation. So they do this in science investigation. They reconstruct the scene and they're like, did she do it? FBI is like, did she do it or what? Like, tell us now. And they're like, no, she didn't do it. But the Canton Police, who can't figure out phone data, can't find 32,000 text messages, who don't realize that text messages and searches were deleted from Jen McCabe's phone, and just has a very incomparable ability to see big pieces of red tail light in white snow at 6 o'clock in the morning, or again at 7 or whatever it was. Those people, they say she did it. So by all means, we're going to go to trial. This should not be a case. It really shouldn't. It should not be.
Phones. The investigation discovered that Albert and Higgins lied to the state grand jury that indicted Karen Reed.
They're tipped off to destroy their phones. They lied to the grand jury. We proved that they lied. Kerri Roberts said, yeah, she lied. You have proof of liars, and you still let this case go to trial.
They testified they were sleeping at 2 a.m. At 2:22 a.m., Albert called Higgins, but Higgins didn't answer. Higgins called back right away, and they spoke for 22 seconds. After being confronted with the fact that they clearly lied about being asleep, Higgins and Albert came up with...
Does that 227 search make any sense to you now? They're calling each other at 222. Her health data for Jen McCabe has her pacing in her room at 2-something in the morning. Her phone says she does a search for how's long to die in Nicole at 2:27 a.m. and then deletes it. Doesn't it sound like her and her husband are on the phone and everyone's talking? People are talking and they're trying to figure it out and they're talking to one another and they're like, what do we do at 2-something in the morning? What do we do with this guy that just got pulverized, that just went 5 rounds with Mike Tyson? This guy who was in a fight. He's in a fight. And it's sickening to me that it's disheartening to me that the O'Keefe's family wants to pin it so much on Karen Reed. They're not even listening to themselves. Like his own brother said he looked like he was in a fight with a professional boxer, Mike Tyson to be exact. You look kind of bruised the heck up, huh? Cars do that? Cars turn you into pulverized, beat up machines?
Right away, and they spoke for 22 seconds. After being confronted with the fact that they clearly lied about being asleep, Higgins and Albert came up with a new lie. They butt dialed and butt answered each other. In fact, Albert testified that after drinking all day, the man in his 50s decided to have sex with his wife Nicole, and while they were having sex, he butt answered Higgins' butt dial. A February 1st, 2022 group text message with the McCabes and Alberts shows that Matt McCabe was telling the others to instruct Chris Albert to tell the media.
Tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
This is what.
Tell them the guy never went in the house. What's the song? Tell them for me. Right? Tell them for me. That's a Christian song that says, tell them how good God is and testify to his goodness. But he wants you to testify that the guy never came in the house. Okay. Why are we testifying to that? Why do we need you to tell anyone what to tell someone else? Just tell them the truth. That's what most people say. Oh yeah, just tell them the truth. Tell them the truth. Just tell them the truth. Or better yet, stay away from them and we'll deal with it when we go to court, or tell the officers or whatever. Just don't talk to them. Most people say don't talk to the media, period. Don't talk to them. But you want him to talk to the media and you want them to tell them that the guy never came into the house. My friend, this was our friend. We cared so much about him because of the kids. He was so important to us. But according to Jen, as much as he was so important to them and they cared so much for him, and it was so disturbing that this has happened, and they're so so broken up by his death, and they're so vitriol towards Karen because she did it. All this lie on lie and play on play. When it comes down to the truth of the matter, he was a man on the front lawn, non-responsive. He wasn't even a police officer knocked out on the front lawn. He wasn't a police officer down. He wasn't, my friend is on the front lawn. And I think he's passed away. I think he's dead. I think he's passed. I think he's dead. I think he's dying. And then months later, just say the guy didn't come to the house. Just say that guy didn't come in. That dude, not John, not our dear friend. Just tell him John didn't come in the house. Matter of fact, don't tell him nothing.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John.
Why would they need to instruct Chris Albert, who wasn't at 34 Fairview Road that night, to say this if John never came inside the house? The text also showed that the McAlberts were heavily monitoring police activity at the scene and discussing who was telling the police what. A Quantico-trained forensic expert from the FBI also confirmed that Jennifer McCabe's Google search happened at 2:27. But perhaps the most damning thing the FBI discovered were...
Oh, I'm sorry, a Quantico-trained individual made that determination? You mean to tell me not the Cellubrite genius of them all?
Michael Proctor's text messages. On the evening of January 29th, 2022, when one of his friends named Bird asked Proctor if the homeowner would, quote, get some shit for having a dead cop on his lawn, Proctor responded by saying, nope, homeowner is a Boston cop, literally saying that the reason Brian Albert wouldn't be treated as a potential suspect, as he normally would, was because of his status as a police officer.
Clearly not, because no one went in the house. But other cops who didn't know nothing were like, hey, the homeowner's going to get this. It's got to be the homeowner. How's a dead cop on the lawn of a homeowner? Oh, no, don't worry. He's a cop, too.
Messages with his friends that night show that he had already decided that Karen Reed and Karen Reed alone was guilty, telling them that there would be, quote, serious charges brought on the girl. He couldn't hide his disdain for Karen Reed, telling his friends,
she's a whack job.
These are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
When asked if she would be skating on the charges, he replied, 0 chances she's skating.
So I wonder if Jen McCabe hears how these gentlemen talk about another woman with MS. They say she's flat behind. She's a whack job. That's characterization. But on the physical, they talk about how she doesn't have control of her bowel movements. They make fun of her because of her condition. And they say she's pretty, but not attractive enough because she has no behind and she has an accent. So how does Jen McCabe feel? Because Jen McCabe has the same issue, which is MS. She ain't got no butt. In my opinion, I don't think she has a butt. So she's lacking in the derriere. So do you think they talk about her like that too?
Skates, she's fucked. He told them that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, indicating political pressure to charge Reed quickly. Proctor's text not only showed his bias, it showed what a pig he was. When asked if she was attractive, Proctor made fun of her medical condition.
She's got a leaky balloon nod, leaks poo.
On the day that she was indicted, Proctor texted fellow Norfolk State Police Detective David DeChico and said that Reed was attractive.
If you like women who shit themselves.
Right before arresting Reed for murder on June 9th, Proctor texted his wife Elizabeth and told her, we're going to lock this whack job up. On August 17th, in a group text that included his superior officers, Lieutenant Fanning and Sergeant Buchanan, Proctor said that he was going through David Yanetti's
Ricardo Klein's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly am.
Since Yannetti was alleging that Proctor's investigation was flawed. Proctor's text also showed that he and DeChico discussed ways to manipulate the medical examiner. Proctor called M.E. Irene Scortibello a whack job because her report said that the cause of John's death was undetermined. DeChico mocked Proctor for not being able to pressure the M.E. to come back with the homicide determination. Proctor really hated Scortibello, and she turned out to be a great witness for the defense of the trial because she testified that John could have been hit with a blunt object. Perhaps most disturbing was Proctor's text messages with his sister Courtney, in which they both talk about how they hope Karen Reed kills herself so that the O'Keefe family didn't have to sit through a trial. Jurors were never told about the federal investigation, so they had no idea that all of these text messages came from the feds, or that ARCO was hired by the feds, or that the investigation itself was so suspect that the U.S. Attorney himself, Josh Levy, had conducted a grand jury in which all these witnesses were grilled about their lives. Jurors afterwards said that they thought ARCO was paid to lie by Karen Reed's car insurance company. Had they known about the federal investigation, it certainly would have impacted their verdict, which is exactly why Judge Beverly Cannoni didn't allow it to be mentioned in court. Speaking of Judge Cannoni, the former public defender hasn't exactly tried to hide her obvious bias for the favor of the Commonwealth. Judge
That's his opinion. I don't think any judge in the beginning would have allowed them to say that there was another investigation by the FBI because it's prejudicial. But usually the prejudice is a protection against the defense. So it's actually not prejudicial against the defense. It's prejudicial against the Commonwealth because it's like, why are you prosecuting something that the FBI has issue with? Which goes further into, Judge, why are you allowing this case to be put on the books and go to trial prior to the FBI's findings being finalized? But there is the essence that you have no idea when the FBI is going to be done. Quite honestly, they think the FBI is done now, and I think they're not. I think they're like, yeah, y'all keep lying on the stand so we have more evidence and we can do what we got to do. With that being said, I don't know that it would ever come into evidence prior that it was an FBI investigation, but it goes to show you that if you don't give real information to the jurors, they will fill in the blanks and they could get it wrong. They filled in the blank last trial. They said investigator, 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 and they go, well, what can, home insurance investigator. Oh, they hired you. This trial, Jackson is doing a great deal of hard work to say the other law agency not the Canton Police, not the Boston Police, but the other law agency, the other laws, those agents, the law agency, the other ones that you lied to, didn't they tell you it was a crime to lie to them? If you know about the FBI, then you know it's a crime to lie to the FBI. Not everyone knows that, but these are all great like hints. So if you're a cop if you're a retired officer that's a juror, or whatever your background is, and you happen to know the FBI rules, then you know that that's the agency you could go to jail for lying to them at any point. You don't have to tell the PD the truth. You don't have to tell them the truth. But you do have to tell the FBI. You can lie to PD, and PD can lie to you. FBI, you cannot lie to them, or you'll go to jail, I believe. But anyway, that's the way I remember it. So, and if I were a juror, I'd be thinking like, oh, that's the FBI. I wouldn't think that that's the insurance agency. The last trial, it was very much so open that they just filled it in. They were like, that's the insurance company. And so therefore her insurance company was investigating, because they had to investigate because she needed her car, right? So maybe that's what they thought that was about. But no, not at all.
Kearney wouldn't allow the defense to hold an evidentiary hearing. She allowed the Commonwealth witnesses who...
And I don't think, yeah, you should have had an evidentiary hearing, yes. I don't think that the judge would have allowed it, like I said, because of the presidential factor. But now that we've had more recent testimony where Jen McCabe has blurted out that, yeah, and the agency has closed their investigation. So as you know, I helped them out a great deal. Well, now we have confusion to the jury from a witness. A witness has given information, has testified to information that has now confused the jury. They have no idea what you're talking about. What kind of help could you give what agency that they, how could she be helpful to the insurance agency to close the claim, And so Jackson can argue. I don't think Judge Bev is going to care, because I don't see her being impartial. She seems very biased towards the Commonwealth, but I think she's protecting her town. Like we know what we're doing. We don't need outsiders to tell us what to do. I think that's her mindset. Or it could be very well that she's so connected to the family that she cares and doesn't want anyone else implicated. I don't know why she's being the way she is. I just see biases being acted out in the way she has upheld the Commonwealth's objections and has chastised the defense in front of the jury. So I see a lot of appealable moments. However, Jackson needs to make a record. He needs to make a motion to allow the information from the ARCA witnesses that they should be able to testify that they were hired by another agency, and that agency is the FBI, because the agency, the FBI, were interviewing and investigating this case because they were under the concern that things were not happening correctly, and as a result, Proctor got fired. So yeah, that should come in now. I don't know that it will, but we'll see.
Aren't doctors to testify about the causation of injuries, but not defense witnesses, and put sanctions on defense attorneys over misunderstanding involving paying for witnesses, travel expenses, but never once reprimanded the Commonwealth for presenting an inverted video at trial. In July of 2023, the defense filed a motion to recuse the judge after Matt McCabe's brother Sean messaged this award-winning journalist and said that he was going to murder me and bury my corpse in the front yard of Auntie Bev's seaside cottage. Somehow, Sean McCabe knew that Kearney owned a seaside cottage down the Cape that was just a couple miles from his house. Additionally, Judge Kearney's brother is a lawyer who represented Chris Albert in 1994 when Albert was convicted of killing a Hungarian. Additionally, Judge Kearney's brother is a lawyer who represented Chris Albert in 1994 when Albert was convicted of killing a Hungarian.
Oh, so if ever a question about killing others was a problem, let's see. The alleged driver surrendered to state police about 30 hours after the accident that killed Peter Berger. A Canton, Massachusetts man was arraigned in district court yesterday on charges stemming from a hit-and-run accident on Route 95 early Saturday in 2023, I think is what he said. I'm not sure what year. Early Saturday that killed a Hungarian national enrolled at Johnson and Wales University, Christopher Albert, who was 22. of Canton surrendered to state police Sunday morning and about 30 hours after the accident that killed Peter Berger. And Beverly, Judge Canoni's brother is an attorney and represented Christopher Albert. I don't know that that's a true nexus to a conflict of interest because she did not represent Christopher Albert. But it does raise an eyebrow, but I don't think that's legally conflict of interest.
Hungarian foreign exchange student in a hit-and-run car crash. To the surprise of no one, Judge Canoni denied the motion to recuse after determining that she wasn't biased. Little did I realize that Sean McCabe was going to be the least of my problems. You see, I was too effective at getting the word out about the Commonwealth's blatant corruption. I was holding protests on the courthouse steps before hearings, and even held a rolling rally in Canton where we stopped at the homes of the McAlberts and Proctors for 5 minutes each, and I explained to the crowd of 100 or so people what they'd done to cover up the murder of John O'Keefe. The state police and Norfolk DA's office really didn't like this. In August of 23, DA Michael Morrissey issued a press release video in which he inappropriately vouched for the truthfulness of the McAlberts, said that Michael Proctor didn't know any of the witnesses, and demanded that the protest stop. But of course, we didn't.
Colin Albert did commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not.
Colin Allen did not commit murder. You didn't investigate Colin, so how do you know if he committed murder?
Not part of a conspiracy, and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements.
Watch this fridge test for.
There was no investigation of Colin. There was no investigation. Why? That's just like, that's how you know when you're working overtime to get a narrative out, you talk about stuff that doesn't even matter. Now we know it matters because you're talking about it. But otherwise, we wouldn't have thought one iota about you talking about Colin Albert. I didn't think he would say for a second Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Because Colin Albert was never investigated. So how does the DA know if Colin Albert did or did not do it? He wasn't investigated for committing any murder, that murder or any other murder, right? He was never a suspect, right? So how do you know?
Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict.
And Turtleboy's laughing. Yeah, that's just stupid. That's just stupid. What kind of DA are you? This is stupid. Hey, all the DAs in the world, would you make this statement? Would you? The trial is pending. So one thing that a lot of people don't do, who are DAs and attorneys, they don't say what is and what isn't. They don't say they did not commit murder. They don't say they are innocent because the trial is still going on. Investigation is still going on. Until something is proven in court, they don't say they didn't unless they're advocating for a particular client. And this DA sounds like he's advocating for the Alberts. But his job is not to advocate for one side or the other. His job is to seek truth and to prosecute and have his attorneys prosecute and try cases in the court of law to prove whether someone is guilty or not in criminal matters. He's not a defense attorney. He's not a personal attorney of the Alberts, so he doesn't need to give a personal statement of them. And this is completely ridiculous. They wouldn't say that. No real DA would say that. You would say something to the effect the investigation shows at this time that we have evidence pointing towards Kearney being, the culprit, and therefore we are prosecuting her in the court of law, and we believe that the court and the juror will find her guilty. The Alberts and so forth, please take note, are witnesses. Do not harass them. Let the witnesses testify without harassment and fear. Like the most the DA would really give towards the Alberts at that time. Like if they're witnesses, protect them in terms of non-harassment and no witness intimidation. But all of this, they didn't do a thing. Colin didn't do a thing. You didn't investigate them. So I can't trust that statement. You never investigated.
And he had no reason to step out of the investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie.
And then to say that Proctor didn't have a relationship with them. He does with Kevin Albert, the brother. His relationship with Kevin.
On September 25th, 2023, I published a story after getting a tip that a car resembling Jennifer McCabe's was seen parked at the Proctor's house. If true, it would mean that Morrissey had lied in the statement about the Proctors not being friends with any of the witnesses. In order,
Yeah. He was talking, she must have been talking to his wife. See, that's how they skirt around everything. All the wives are talking. It's not them talking to the witnesses, but the witnesses are talking to the wives, and the wives are talking to the detective husbands, and the husbands are telling the wives what to tell the witnesses, and the witnesses go back and testify to what they were told.
to verify this, I asked Turtle Riders if one of them could run a license plate for me and gave them the license plate number of the car parked outside Proctor's house. Several people ran it for me, but one of them was an Avon police dispatcher named Janelle Webb, and it was traced back to her. For the crime of peacefully protesting, reporting the news, and exposing the fact that Michael Morrissey is a liar, I was arrested on October 11th, 2023 at my kid's bus stop and charged with 9 counts of felony witness intimidation, 3 counts of picketing, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. I was indicted 2 months later. Since I was out on bail, another charge would mean that my bail could be revoked for 60 days. Naturally then, Brian Tully and Special Prosecutor Ken Mello began conspiring with the side chick I was seeing on Friday nights, deputized her as a witness, and got her to invite me over her apartment so that they could falsely accuse me of hitting her and have me charged with witness intimidation. For that, I was sentenced to 60 days in jail on my birthday, the day after Christmas. The trial began on April of 2024 and lasted almost 3 months. On the final day of closing statements, Judge Kearney called up a juror who was visibly disgusted by the Commonwealth throughout most of the trial and told her that she'd been reported by Lieutenant John Fanning, who was somehow in charge of juror security, for allegedly talking about the case at a bar 6 weeks prior. And Judge Kearney then appointed a former cop who was hit by a car to be the jury foreman, exempting him from the lottery that would determine who the alternates were. Clerk Jim McDermott drew 2 numbers out of a bucket but didn't show anyone in court what those numbers were. 2 other jurors who planned on voting not guilty were named alternates and not allowed to deliberate. After 5 days of deliberations,
the deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
Judge Kearney declared a mistrial without polling any of the jurors. Just when you thought things couldn't get any more corrupt, jurors started speaking out afterwards.
The one charge that we were not very clear on and not everybody was in agreement with was essentially the manslaughter charge, involuntary manslaughter. So that was the one that we were not clear on. But the other 2 charges, which was essentially second-degree murder as well as leaving a scene of an accident, was very clear. We all 12 agreed that was not the case.
What if, when uncertain,
not clear, they had no idea that they could acquit on 2 charges and hang on the 3rd. So now Karen Reed will have to face those charges again, despite half the jury coming forward and swearing that they voted to acquit her. Trial 2 will be very different from the first trial. Micah Proctor has been fired, and it's unclear if he or the disastrous Joseph Hall will be called as witnesses by the Commonwealth. We know that they've abandoned several of their own witnesses that were favorable to Karen Reed, and they've added fake YouTube doctors as expert witnesses who will try to prove that Trooper Paul what he couldn't do in the first trial. The Norfolk County DA's office has hired mob attorney Hank Brennan, a close personal friend of mass murderer Whitey Bulger, to be lead prosecutor for the Commonwealth. They have dozens of ADAs who get paid to do that job already, but all of them refused to do it, and there was no way they were going with Lunchbox Lally again. Brennan claimed that he wanted to ensure Karen Reed got a fair trial, but since taking over, he spent most of his time trying to prevent her witnesses from testifying. Thus far, Brennan has shown a deep personal obsession with getting things he's not entitled to, like phone records for me and everyone in Karen Reed's family. But the facts and the science remain on the side of Karen Reed. Some may say that it's hard to believe that this many people could be involved in a conspiracy, but it's really not that complicated. 5 well-connected people with ties to law enforcement, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins, spoke to police after being alone for hours and getting their simple story straight. The guy never came in the house. The lead detective was from Canton, and his family called the Alberts a second family. All he had to do was cover for them, plant some taillight, and avoid doing normal detective work. His bosses instinctively covered for him because cops don't snitch on other cops. From there, it's just people trusting institutions. It all makes sense. It all fits. Karen Reed defying the laws of physics, cell phone data no longer being reliable evidence, and eyewitnesses not seeing something that they definitely should have seen does not make any sense. There can never be justice for John O'Keefe without justice for Karen Reed. She is undeniably innocent, which means by default that the McAlberts are undeniably guilty. We may never know exactly what happened to John O'Keefe when he went inside Brian Albert's house, but we know as a fact that he was beaten up by several people, attacked by a dog, and thrown out on the lawn to die in the cold. We know as a fact that the state police are well aware of this and that they allowed Michael Proctor to intentionally subvert justice. But we also know that we will never stop fighting for justice until Karen Reed is free.
Okay, so back to the original question, everybody. Tell me now that you've gotten this far, and when you put it in the chat, let me know how far did you get. Did you watch the first 5 minutes, the first 10 minutes, the first 30 minutes, the first hour? How far did you get before you came to the realization that she in fact is not guilty? Or now you understand why so many people think that she is not guilty, and maybe you still think she is. Let me know your thoughts on it. Let me know what it took to get you there. What part of the evidence do we know now that makes you realize why we care so much? Because I can't tell you how many chats have been in and they've been like, why do you care? She did it. She said she did it. She did it. I don't know that she said she did it. I don't know that. I haven't watched her recordings, to be honest, her interviews. I think it was stupid for her to do, but I think that also she didn't have any money. I think that being in trial broke her the first time, and she had to sell her house, and they were going to pay her to do her story, so she needed to make money. I think if Jackson had his way, he would have been like, heck no, don't you talk to nobody, because truthfully, you never do. You never let them talk to the media. But what I also believe is that it kind of aligns with all of what she's always said. She woke up frantic, not understanding what happened to him, and knew that whatever happened to him, it was something so dire that he most likely is not alive, because there was nothing that would have kept him from his children. That is in her mind. She, just like in their mind, that you don't walk around in his house with shoes on, like that's so important to them, which is frivolous in the sense of you're looking for someone who's missing. But that was so important to them because that's what you don't do in his house. He's very particular about that. She knows he's very particular about being home with his children. He knows if he has it his way, he would always be home with his children. She knows that. So her reasoning makes sense to me. She had no idea where he was, but wherever he was in a place he couldn't move. He most likely was dead. He would never, just be out like that, in her opinion. So I think a lot of her statements and a lot of her thinking was, did he get hit by a car? Did he get hit by a plow? There was a snow plow. Did he get hit by that? Did he get, she sees her car banged up. She's like, did I hit him? It's like, she doesn't know. She doesn't know what's going on. And then she realizes, wait, my car's banged up because I ran into his car. Like, evidence comes out. And she's like, no, I didn't hit him. Why would I hit him? No, it's not. It's just one of those things where this is why you don't pontificate when you're a defendant. You should not be talking to random people or anyone outside of your attorney, because all statements can be used against you, right? So I just think she was just thinking of everything, like what could have happened. And everyone at the time thought she was like being stupid. Of course you didn't. He's beat up. He's not hit by a car. The ME was like, no, he didn't get hit in the car. No, it's not a car. I don't know what this is, but this is not a car. No. No. Not murder. Not homicide, not a car. I think it was homicide, but she definitely was not budging on it being a car. And I appreciate her being able to say, I don't have definitive evidence of a car, and there's no way I'm gonna just say it is a car. I'm not doing that. So anyway, let me know your thoughts in the chat. Go to Turtleboy Live on YouTube. Subscribe, give him thumbs up as needed or as desired. It's free. It's free 99, costs you nothing. Let's support him. There's lots of things. There's lots of reporting that he's done, and not just like us watching a video and he talks about it. He also has, I want to show you, maybe it's here. He's also interviewed the juror, wherever that is. It's somewhere here, where he interviewed the juror that came forward. He's talked to this person from the select board of Canton. And then this is obviously Sandra's full episode. So watch that. That's informative to let you know what kind of officers are there. You have to kind of not think about your own city and your own town of officers, because maybe you have the cream of the crop, but truthfully, the officers that are in question within Boston, because I'm sure there's a lot of great officers in Boston, but the ones who are not so great happen to be involved in this case with Sandra and Birchmore, as well as Karen Reed. But I just know. So anyway, there's somewhere around here, there is his interview with the juror. I wanted to see that. Karen Reed juror from last time. Him, yeah. So you get a full exclusive live interview with the juror of the case for Karen Reed. So go ahead, search his channel up, get him more subscribers, get him more likes. You know, if you, there's also where you can donate to him. And why do I say that? Because they are trying to silence him. They are, in fact, prosecuting him, saying he had witness intimidation. What did he do to intimidate a witness? He, what is it called? He did a picket line. He did a, he talked about the truth and got, or at least what he thought the truth was, and he got more people interested in the case. And then he stated he doesn't care for certain persons and he doesn't wish them well. And in doing that on his platform, in his freedom of speech era of Amendment 1, he's being accused of witness intimidation just because he made a statement to the internet that he does not care for this person who is, I think, a police officer, right? So it was like, okay. Anyway, that trial is going on, and trials are expensive. So if you have it in your desire to support him, go ahead, go to his channel and do just that. That was a very good, long look, but a lot of great background for information, not necessarily in trial, that helps, hopefully, the rest of us to understand why we care so much. Why are we worried? My overall worry is this is one woman being illuminated, which also puts a highlight to another woman who had similar accounts of being lied upon to protect the Canton Police. With all that being said, it's not right, but it's also not new. These are not the only women in the world that's going through this. And for me, I know a full community of people who've been saying for a plethora of years that they've had hate crimes against them. They've had injustices with police departments, injustices with racial encounters. And without recordings, they weren't believed. And then even with recordings, they're not believed. And here we are in a situation where the evidence is so blazingly against the police department, the Albert family, the McCabes for, covering it up. All of that is blazing and in their faces, and they're still prosecuting someone who loved this man and was devastated in finding him dead. That could be you, that could be me, that could be anybody. And it's important that we help justice to be served, justice to be had, and the truth to be revealed. And this is why we care. So I'm Lyric Armstrong, your real estate agent and advocate. We're off real estate. We're talking about Karen Reed for a minute, but we did get a little real estate in. When you can't afford to pay the bill, you might have to sell the house. That wasn't that much real estate, but nonetheless, I hope you're doing well, and I'll see you in the next video.